Story 1. The Fall Before the Fall. Life in 1920s America. Before the crash, the illusion of forever, the city hums, not in chaos, but in rhythm. You walk down a New York street in 1927 and it feels like the world is made of money and laughter. Everything is clean, polished, and promising. The buildings reach higher than ambition itself, their metal bones glinting in the sun. Music floats from every radio. Jazz isn't just a sound, it's a way of walking, of speaking, of dreaming. At least, for now. But this isn't the story of glamour. This is the story of how ordinary lives ticked beneath the surface. Just before, the world they trusted cracked open. You wouldn't know it by looking at the faces in the crowd, but America was sleepwalking. It had been only a few years since the blood-soaked trenches of World War I had fallen silent. The country, untouched on its soil, emerged richer and more confident than ever. Industry boomed, credit flowed like water, and the average American believed it would never end. In small towns, local newspapers brimmed with optimism. Ads promoted installment plans to buy the latest Hoover vacuum, the sleekest Ford, the best new phonograph. For the first time, families could enjoy modern conveniences without having to pay up front. The middle class wasn't just growing, it was being manufactured. The typical household budget of 1925 looked deceptively modest. Rent or mortgage took a third, food swallowed nearly half. But the leftover pennies were poured into new luxuries. There was an emotional payoff in keeping up with the neighbors. A new rug meant you were moving up. A radio meant you had arrived. And people did arrive at a dream that had no brakes, but not all dreams were shared equally. In the fields of Mississippi, black sharecroppers worked under a different sky. No jazz clubs, no motor cars, just hard soil and harder lives, the roaring. 20s didn't roar here. They whispered. They hissed quietly with the same old inequities. And for many immigrants, life in America still meant 12-hour shifts, child labor, and tenement sweat. Yet the headlines ignored those truths. "Prosperity unprecedented," they shouted. And people believed. Factory workers, now paid just enough to buy the goods they made, started investing. Stocks weren't just for bankers anymore. School teachers, clerks, and even barbers tossed in their savings, convinced that money could grow on paper. Radio programs were filled with cheerful voices selling bonds. Department stores opened lines of credit with a smile. The concept of future payments was a cultural revolution, and it arrived not with a warning but with a parade. In the back rooms of banks, loans were stacked like playing cards. Anyone with a signature could borrow. Landlords expanded, retailers expanded, even the local grocer ran his business on credit he didn't fully understand. The world had become a promise wrapped in gold foil, and no one asked if the foil was real. Flappers danced, men smoked cigars with confidence. Salesmen went door to door, not just offering goods, but selling dreams. And it worked, for a little while. But if you stepped behind the curtain of Main Street, you would have seen cracks. In rural Kansas, farmers faced a different 1920s. Wheat prices had collapsed after the war. Many had borrowed heavily to buy mechanized tractors, only to find their crop yields outpaced by their debt. Bank foreclosures began quietly, without headlines. Still, the image of success endured. Colleges were flooded with new students. Cinema exploded, silent films drawing in packed houses every Friday night. Baseball became a religion. It was the golden age of Babe Ruth, of Charles Lindbergh, of national heroes who made the impossible look easy. But underneath it all, there was something fragile. Something no one wanted to say out loud. America's prosperity was built on debt, personal debt, corporate debt, agricultural debt, and Wall Street. It had become a circus of speculation. Brokers whispered about easy wins. The average man whispered back with checks he couldn't afford. It wasn't greed alone, it was belief. The belief that this was how progress worked now, that buying a refrigerator on credit while also betting on a car company's stock was not risk but common sense. Even the Federal Reserve didn't intervene. Interest rates remained low, regulations were sparse, and every time a journalist raised a concern, they were met with eye rolls and laughter. After all, hadn't America owned this?
But ask yourself how many people saw it coming.
Not the school teacher who bought shares in a steel company because her neighbor's cousin said it was the next big thing. Not the father of 4 in Ohio who mortgaged his house to open a second hardware store. Not the young woman in Chicago who financed her first apartment and filled it with the trendiest furniture from Sears. They were living in a chapter of history that looked final, the part where prosperity is normal, where downturns feel impossible, a place where boring daily routines were quietly laying the foundation for catastrophe. Even as luxury danced in the cities, small communities started whispering about slow payments, declining sales, tightening margins. But it was easy to dismiss, easy to say, things always bounce back. Because when you live in a bubble, it doesn't look like a bubble. It looks like a world made just for you. And that's how the 1920s drifted onward, with soft jazz and softer warnings, with crowded sidewalks and crowded ledgers, with men in pinstripe suits laughing over lunch, never imagining that their empire was made of sugar glass. In this world, people didn't ask, what if it ends? They asked, what's next? And now, as we prepare to move deeper into the tale, I ask you, if the signs were always there, why didn't anyone stop to look? A delicate balance of illusion. You wake up one morning in late October 1929 and the streets feel a little quieter. Not silent, just off, like a piano that's gone out of tune. The air is crisp, the kind that usually brings confidence, but shopkeepers linger at their windows a little longer. Newspaper boys shout headlines that don't quite land. Something's shifting. But this story doesn't begin on that day. It begins, more subtly, in the summer of that year, when prosperity reached its final peak. At the height of the economic euphoria, Americans believed they were entering a new era. President Herbert Hoover had declared that poverty was being eradicated. Factory output had tripled in less than a decade. Unemployment was at an all-time low, at least in the cities. Everyone, it seemed, was an investor. Barbershops, beauty parlors, and lunch counters buzzed not with gossip, but with stock tips, and the stock market welcomed them all. Margin buying became the norm. With just 10% down, you could control shares worth 100% of their price. It was like printing wealth until it wasn't. For every rise in the market, there was now 10 times the risk. But few noticed, or rather, they noticed and didn't care. Wall Street was no longer just a financial district. It was a spectacle. Millionaire brokers flaunted their success. Stock tickers clacked around the clock, struggling to keep up with soaring numbers. Radio stations reported daily figures like sports scores. Even high school students had mock investment clubs, learning how to play the market. But for all the energy in the towers of finance, the foundation was hollow. Railroad companies were losing freight business. Steel output was flatlining. Construction was slowing. Behind the record-breaking headlines, there were industries quietly stalling. Profits weren't rising. Only speculation was. Meanwhile, wages for the average worker had barely risen at all. In farming towns, the 1920s never truly brought recovery. Overproduction had gutted prices. A bushel of wheat cost less than the bag it came in. Farmers defaulted on loans. Banks foreclosed on properties. Tractors rusted in fields. In Mississippi, the cotton industry struggled against international competition and falling demand. In Pennsylvania, coal miners were being laid off with no warning. Still, the illusion of prosperity endured. Why? Because credit made up the difference. Households took on debt to maintain appearances. Retail stores gladly allowed it. General Electric, RCA, Ford, all encouraged installment plans. And with the Federal Reserve reluctant to raise interest rates or enforce banking regulations, credit ballooned unchecked. Behind the glowing city lights, reality was stretching thin. On the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, it only took a whisper to spark a panic. That whisper came on October 24th, 1929, Black Thursday. It started with a wobble. Prices dipped suddenly. Brokers rushed to sell. Panic spread like a contagion. Within hours, thousands of investors were trying to pull out, most of them too late. The ticker tape couldn't keep up. Banks tried to step in and calm the market, pooling money to halt the slide. For a moment, it worked. For a moment, people breathed again, but the truth was out. The machine had no brakes. 5 days later, on Black Tuesday, it collapsed. There was no explosion, no drama, just a slow, cold unraveling. The market lost over $14 billion in a single day. People stood in silence on Wall Street, watching the numbers fall. Some wept, others were too stunned to speak, and some, unable to comprehend the scale of their losses, jumped. But the real collapse wasn't in the market, it was in trust. Families who had bet their savings on sure things lost everything. Banks that had lent recklessly faced runs. Those who had nothing invested still felt the pain as businesses closed, jobs vanished, and wages stopped. It spread like fog, invisible at first, then smothering everything. You might imagine that at this point the country recognized the danger. But denial has deep roots. Politicians insisted it was a correction, not a crisis. Newspapers encouraged Americans to buy more. Some did, clinging to the hope that the market would recover. They sold what they had to buy back in, only to watch it fall further. The next year, 1930, brought more layoffs, more soup kitchens, more silence. People began to barter. A haircut in exchange for eggs, a house call from the doctor paid for in bread. Community credit filled in where banks failed. In small towns, trust became the only currency. Still, many couldn't admit the truth. To accept that the golden decade had been a mirage, one built on speculation, debt, and belief, was too painful. So they waited. They waited for a rebound that never came. In rural Iowa, a farmer named John had once been the pride of his county. He'd bought 2 tractors on loan and hired 3 men to work his fields. Now, with wheat prices lower than ever, he couldn't afford to feed those men or his own family. He walked into his barn one night and didn't come out. In downtown Chicago, a seamstress named Marie stitched collars for a department store chain that suddenly shuttered its doors. She'd taken out a small loan for her niece's schooling. She had nothing left but the debt. And yet, the story wasn't just one of despair. It was also a lesson in how deeply systems can fail, quietly, gently, over time. There was no single villain. Not a man in a tower or greedy banker. There were millions of people doing what seemed right, what seemed normal. What broke wasn't just an economy. It was a way of thinking. So much faith had been placed in the permanence of growth. But growth is not a law. It is a condition. One that can be stretched until it snaps. And as the winter of 1929 turned colder, families bundled up and rationed not just food, but belief. The newspapers stopped printing stock reports. Wall Street fell silent. Radios played fewer songs. And in homes across the country, people stopped dreaming out loud. So I'll leave you with this. What does it take for a society to realize that its strength was never in its wealth, but in its caution? Echoes in empty streets, the dust did not rise. All at once it settled slowly, softly, as if to cushion the fall. Across America, what had once been bustling boulevards became long, quiet stretches of stillness. Main streets turned hollow, cafes closed early or not at all, streetcars passed with fewer passengers, and every window seemed to carry the same expression: vacancy. The crash of 1929 was not a single blow, but a slow bleed. After Black Tuesday, the collapse unfurled across months and years. Factories cut shifts, then shut down. Banks locked their doors with handwritten notes taped inside. Homes went dark as electricity was cut. The system had cracked not with fury, but with fatigue. In New York, once a symbol of the invincible American century, the skyline remained. But behind the brick and steel, despair settled like dust on the window panes. Men once in suits now lined up in worn coats, hats pulled low, waiting for bread. Women hid their tears behind strength, feeding children beans 3 days in a row. The government moved slowly. At first, President Hoover hesitated. His belief in self-reliance ran deep. "Prosperity is just around the corner," he famously said. But corners turned into cul-de-sacs. By 1932, 1 out of every 4 Americans was out of work. In some cities, the numbers were worse. People adapted in ways they never expected. In Seattle, jobless men built a village of shacks from lumber scraps and tar paper. They called it Hooverville. Across the country, these makeshift cities multiplied, testaments to both suffering and survival. People shared soup, soap, and silence. In rural America, where prosperity had always arrived last and left first, things turned desperate. Dust storms began to rise in the southern plains. Years of aggressive farming and drought had left the soil loose and fragile. By 1934, wind ripped it from the earth in thick brown clouds. The sky darkened. Day became night. A child in Oklahoma might remember the taste of grit in her teeth. A father in Kansas might recall watching his crop vanish in a gust. Black blizzards, they called them. They were not just meteorological events, they were metaphors. Still, even as the land itself failed, people kept going. There were stories of quiet courage, of women who found ways to stretch flour, water, and imagination into bread, of children who walked miles barefoot to one-room schoolhouses, of church basements converted into soup kitchens, and of men who, after losing everything, stood in line, not for food, but for dignity. Amid all this, some turned to traveling. They rode the rails, boxcars filled with men in search of work, of escape, of anything. They were called hobos, though most were just desperate. Farmers, teachers, war veterans, their stories faded into the noise of a nation trying to forget. And yet, the most haunting aspect of the early Great Depression wasn't noise. It was quiet. It was in the absence of laughter at the dinner table, the missing clink of coins in a till, the silence between neighbors who once traded recipes and now traded sorrow. It was a country holding its breath, not knowing when it might exhale. It's easy, looking back, to mark 1929 as the moment the nation fell. But the fall was just the beginning. The real story is what came after. The slow erosion of trust in the system, the daily recalibration of what survival meant. and the realization that no skyscraper, no ticker tape, no booming voice on the radio could promise forever. Children who grew up during these years learned early that nothing was guaranteed. They learned to reuse tin foil, to patch socks, to save buttons in jars. They grew up to be cautious, to be skeptical of extravagance. And though they rarely spoke of it, the memory of those empty streets never left them. By 1933, Franklin D. Roosevelt took office and began the New Deal. Relief programs launched. Jobs were created through the Civilian Conservation Corps and the Works Progress Administration. Hope stirred again, but only gently. Recovery would take time, years, in fact. But people were ready to work, not because they wanted wealth, but because they missed purpose. Historians often focus on the numbers, the Dow Jones plunge, the bank failures, the GDP shrinkage. But numbers don't tell you what it felt like. They don't tell you about the piano that sat unplayed in the corner of a once happy home, or the child who waited each night for a father who no longer came home smiling, or the store owner who unlocked his door every morning, even when he knew no customers would come. Those moments are history too. Quiet, persistent, human. By the end of the decade, the country had changed, not just economically, but emotionally. There was a humility now, a wariness, an awareness that even the brightest lights can flicker. And yet, people endured. They rebuilt, slowly, brick by brick, belief by belief. And though another storm, World War II, would come and pull the world into deeper chaos, those who had lived through the fall of the 1920s carried something with them. A kind of wisdom carved from hardship, a memory of illusion turned to dust. So, as we close this chapter and turn toward other forgotten stories of the past, I leave you with this reflection. What if our greatest strength isn't in how we rise, but in how we quietly endure the fall? Story 2. Dust in the wind. The silent struggle of the Dust Bowl. Farmers, the land that forgot how to breathe. Before the storms, there was silence. The kind of silence that lives beneath sunlight, where the wind slips gently across the prairie. Grasses and the hum of cicadas carries through the open fields. In the early 1920s, the southern plains stretched endlessly, flat, dry, and golden. Oklahoma, Kansas, northern Texas, eastern Colorado. This was America's breadbasket, a place where land was promise and promise was everything. Settlers had arrived decades earlier, lured by the Homestead Act and dreams of ownership. They tore into the soil, plowed under native grasses, and planted wheat like it was destiny. For a time, it worked. Wheat prices soared during World War I. Farmers bought tractors, built barns, expanded their fields. The Great Plains were plowed into submission, field after field, from horizon to horizon, but nature keeps its own record. What the early farmers did not know, or chose to ignore, was that the grass they tore out had held the land together for thousands of years. Those tough prairie roots, deeply woven, protected the soil from wind, heat, and drought. Replacing them with shallow-rooted wheat was like tearing out the bones of a sleeping giant and asking it to keep standing. Still, the harvests kept coming until they didn't. By the end of the 1920s, wheat prices had collapsed. Farmers were producing too much. The international markets, saturated and reeling from post-war instability, no longer needed American grain. But the response from many farmers was to grow more, not less. More wheat meant the chance of more income, so they plowed deeper, wider. And in doing so, they exposed more of the land's bare skin to the wind. Then came the drought. Beginning in 1930, the rains stopped, not suddenly, but steadily. The sky held back. The rivers shrank, ponds dried up, and the fields, Fields that once rustled with golden crops cracked under the sun. Dust formed where roots should have been. Cows wandered across barren pastures. Crops failed, and the wind began to whisper. It started as a nuisance, a little more grit in the air, a light coat of dust on the window panes, but over time it grew. The soil, without moisture or roots to anchor it, turned to powder. And when the wind rose, as it always did on the plains, it lifted the topsoil and carried it across miles. Dust storms became regular. The first major ones shocked the region. They arrived like ghosts, brown walls on the horizon, tumbling toward towns with terrifying speed. In Dodge City, Kansas, a man could be walking home from the store and suddenly find himself blind in a storm of sand. In Boise City, Oklahoma, cars had to stop mid-road as visibility vanished. It wasn't just air anymore, it was earth, airborne and angry. Children wore damp rags over their faces to school. Women stuffed wet towels under doors and windows. Babies coughed in their cribs. Static electricity in the storms was so powerful it could short out car engines, spark fires, or deliver jolts when shaking hands. Inside homes, families gathered in silence as the sky turned black. At noon, they listened to the wind howl and felt the house tremble. They swept dust out of their living rooms every morning and again every afternoon. It seeped into closets, into jars, into lungs. It was more than a weather event. It was an erasure. Fields vanished beneath dunes of dirt. Fences disappeared. Barns collapsed under the weight of sediment. What had once been farmland became desert. Farmers called it black blizzards, and when they looked up and saw the sun swallowed whole, they wondered if this was punishment, if the land was reclaiming its debt. Government aid was slow. The Great Depression had already drained federal resources and morale. Relief agencies arrived, but rarely in time. Some tried to help by distributing canned food, seed loans, or vouchers for necessities. But how do you repay a loan when your entire crop has blown away? A man named Elmer in Texas watched as his wheat field, 50 acres, was carried off in the wind. He sat on his porch and wept, not loudly, but the way a man does when the world moves on without him. His wife, Anna, taught the children to boil what they had, potatoes if lucky, thistle roots if not. Their water barrel caught more dust than rain. The stories multiplied. In Dalhart, Texas, a family lost their home to a storm so thick the front door disappeared behind a wall of dirt. In Cimarron County, Oklahoma, an entire school had to be evacuated as dust poured in through the cracks, suffocating both air and light. And in Lamar, Colorado, a boy named Jesse died of dust pneumonia, a new diagnosis, tragically common. These were not isolated tales, they were daily life. Church attendance rose. People prayed not for salvation, but for clouds. Any clouds, even thunder clouds that scared them as children. Now even the threat of rain was welcome, but weeks passed. Then months. The clouds rarely came, and through it all, people stayed. Some couldn't afford to leave. Others wouldn't abandon the land they'd fought for. Pride, memory, and hope kept them rooted in place, even as the roots beneath the earth had long since vanished. They waited. They endured. And each day they woke to more wind. A nation buried in brown, the dust did not stop. It drifted across the heartland like a second skin, coating rooftops, crops, lungs, and dreams. The southern plains had become a region haunted by wind. and for the people who called it home, each new day brought a test of patience, endurance, and identity. By 1934, 4 years into the drought, the worst was far from over. In fact, the storms were growing. Scientists later estimated that nearly 100 million acres of land were affected, land that had once fed a nation. The soil, now reduced to fine particles, was no longer part of the ground. It lived in the air, the sky, the walls of homes. People began to speak differently. They no longer said if it would storm, but when. The phrase "clean the house" no longer meant dusting, but battling an ongoing invasion. And when children coughed at night, parents listened closely. Was it a cold or the early signs of dust pneumonia? Medical clinics struggled. In the worst hit areas, doctors were overwhelmed with cases of respiratory illness. Infants had to be shielded in makeshift cribs draped with damp cloths. Families would dampen bed sheets and hang them across doors like curtains, not for privacy but for survival. And yet, in the middle of it all, the routines of life continued, mechanical, necessary, and heartbreaking. Every morning, farmers walked out into fields they couldn't recognize. Rows of crops, once carefully planted and catalogued, were buried. Markers had blown away. In many places, nothing remained but flat, cracked land. Some attempted to plant again, hoping the rains would return. They walked behind ploughs, watched their seeds disappear into the wind, and prayed. Others gave up. They sold what little they had: chickens, tools, family heirlooms. Some moved into abandoned train cars or caves dug into hillsides. A few packed their cars with whatever they could carry and pointed west, toward California, toward the unknown. And migration was no easy answer. Thousands of families made the journey along Route 66, the fabled Mother Road. They weren't tourists but refugees, dust-covered, hungry, and hopeful. They came from Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas. Entire towns emptied out, their people now strangers in their own country. And when they arrived in the valleys of California, they were not welcomed as pioneers. They were called Okies, a name spat more than spoken. Locals saw them as competition for jobs, housing, and resources. Many were turned away from farms, denied entry to towns, or forced into labor camps. Photographers like Dorothea Lange captured their faces: men staring into nothing, women cradling hungry children, children with eyes too old for their age. These were not dramatizations, they were records, a visual history of suffering too often forgotten. Back in the plains, those who remained faced the worst storm yet. Black Sunday, April 14th, 1935. The day began peacefully, sunny, calm. People dared to believe the worst was over. Children played outside. Farmers returned to their fields. Churchgoers lingered after services. Then the horizon darkened. A massive wall of dust, thousands of feet high, moved like a beast across the plains. It swallowed entire towns in minutes. Horses reared, chickens fled, the sun disappeared. For hours, visibility dropped to zero. People stumbled blindly, choking, crawling to shelter. Inside homes, lamps were lit in the middle of the afternoon. Radios fell silent. It was as if the earth itself had shut down. One family in Guymon, Oklahoma, later recalled how they huddled in their cellar as the wind roared above them like the sound of a freight train grinding over bone. They had prepared food, water, candles, but nothing could prepare them for the feeling of helplessness. When they emerged, their home was half buried, their front steps gone, their chicken coop had vanished entirely. The storm reached as far as Chicago, even parts of New York. Dust settled on desks in Washington, D.C. It was no longer a local disaster. It had become a national shame. That same year, the federal government began taking more serious action. President Roosevelt, now deep into his New Deal reforms, launched programs aimed specifically at the Dust Bowl. The Soil Conservation Service was created. Experts traveled to farms to teach contour plowing, crop rotation, and other methods to heal the land. The Resettlement Administration offered some families the option to leave. Entire towns like Dalhart or Boise City were studied for potential evacuation, but many refused. This was their land, their identity, their fight. And amid this chaos, the power of community revealed itself. In church basements, food was shared without question. If one family had meat and another had beans, they pooled it together. School teachers taught lessons by lantern light when the sun disappeared behind dust. Neighbors helped each other board up windows, dig out tractors, and bury the animals lost in storms. Women became the quiet engines of survival. They patched clothes from flour sacks. They grew food in tin can gardens. They found ways to smile in front of their children, even when they hadn't eaten that day. And, through it all, people wrote letters, long, dusty letters, to family far away, to newspapers, even to the president. They didn't ask for pity. They asked to be seen, heard, remembered. They knew what the country was beginning to realize. This wasn't just an environmental disaster, it was a human one. So, as the land cracked and the skies wept only dust, a deeper question began to rise. When survival becomes the only goal, what happens to hope? The seeds of recovery. By 1936, hope had become a rare crop. The storms still came, the drought still ruled, and the ground beneath people's feet remained as dry as their cupboards. But something had begun to shift, not in the skies, but in the people themselves. The southern plains were still gripped by what many considered the worst ecological disaster in U.S. history. Yet the worst of the storms, the monstrous black walls that had buried homes, blinded horses, and swallowed entire towns, were beginning to lose their grip. The soil was still fragile, the wind still cruel, but the hearts of those who remained were changing. Because survival, over time, becomes more than instinct. It becomes identity. In towns like Liberal, Kansas, and Dalhart, Texas, the Dust Bowl didn't drive everyone away. Many dug in deeper. They learned from what went wrong, and with help, they began to rebuild. The Soil Conservation Service, now a key branch of the New Deal programs, wasn't just offering advice, it was offering purpose. Experts fanned out across the plains, showing farmers new techniques. Strip, cropping, terracing, planting shelter belts of trees to slow the wind. It was slow work and not glamorous, but it was work that mattered. And for people who had spent years watching their world disintegrate, it was enough. In Oklahoma, a man named Walter took his father's field, a place he once believed was cursed, and replanted it with native grasses. His neighbors laughed at first, said he was wasting time, but the next year, when a dust storm passed overhead and his field held firm while others blew away, they came and asked him how he did it. This wasn't innovation. It was humility. A recognition that the land was not a machine but a living thing, and it had to be treated with care. Meanwhile, the government launched more job programs. The Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, hired young men to plant millions of trees across the plains. The Works Progress Administration, WPA, built roads, schools, and water systems. The Farm Security Administration, FSA, offered low-interest loans to struggling farmers who wanted to stay and rebuild, rather than flee. For those who had migrated west, life remained difficult. California's orchards and farms had work, but not always dignity. The migrant camps, ephemeral cities of tents and tar paper shacks, were often overcrowded and undersupplied. But even there, the Dust Bowl survivors found a kind of strength. Community gardens grew, children ran barefoot and laughed in the dirt, church meetings were held under open skies, life, stubbornly, continued. One mother, Mary from Woodward, Oklahoma, found work in a Fresno cannery. Her husband picked grapes. Her children, too young for school, played with pine cones and tin cans. She wrote in a letter home, "We're still poor, still hungry sometimes, but we're breathing clean air again, and at night I can see stars." Back in the plains, the rains eventually returned, not in a dramatic downpour, but slowly, cautiously, just enough to wet the earth. In 1938, in places where wheat had not grown for years, green stalks began to rise again. The dust settled, not entirely, but enough to see the road ahead. By 1940, the worst of the Dust Bowl was over, but its scars remained. The land never fully recovered to what it had been before the plows came. Millions of acres had been permanently altered. Thousands of families never returned. But for those who stayed, for those who planted again, a deeper wisdom had taken root. They no longer trusted the promises of quick wealth. They respected the rhythm of the land. They paid attention to clouds, to winds, to signs in the soil. Farming became a quiet partnership with nature, not a conquest. And the children who grew up in the storms, who wore hand-me-down shoes, who lived through blackened noons, who lost homes, siblings, parents, grew into adults who remembered. They told stories that sounded like myth, of days when the sun vanished, of dirt that fell like rain, of coughs that never stopped. They remembered not just the horror, but the resilience. They remembered how neighbors helped each other dig out, how mothers hid their hunger so children could eat, how towns held dances still, in school gyms swept clean of dust. These memories shaped a generation, one that would go on to survive yet another world war, another stretch of hunger, another test of will. And long after the winds calmed, the lessons remained. The progress is not always forward, that nature, when ignored, will respond, that survival is quiet, boring, and powerful. Today you can still visit towns like Boise City, Dalhart, and Guymon. You'll find murals depicting dust storms, museums filled with jars of blown soil, and plaques dedicated to those who stayed. You'll meet descendants of Dust Bowl families who farm the same land with a little more caution and a lot more respect. You might even hear stories whispered on a porch as dusk settles, of a storm so big it ate the sky, and of people so small, who refused to let it eat them too. And as we close this story, I invite you to consider, what is resilience, if not the quiet decision to stay even when everything around you is telling you to leave? Story 3, Soup Lines and Dignity a Day in a Great Depression. Breadline, the long wait begins. The day begins in silence, not because the world is still sleeping, but because there is nothing to wake up for, not in the traditional sense. There are no shifts to punch into, no storefronts to unlock, no carts to fill. It is a silence formed not of peace, but of absence. It's a morning like many in 1932. The kind of cold that doesn't bite, but seeps, a chill that lives in the floorboards and settles in the joints. You rise slowly from a cot, or from a blanket on the floor, in a room that smells faintly of damp cloth and last night's hopes. And then you do what millions of others are doing. You prepare to wait in line. The breadline is more than just a place. It is a ritual. It is a gathering of the forgotten, the humbled, the proud, the broken, all standing shoulder to shoulder in pursuit of something that used to come without shame. Food. Today we follow one man, His name is Harold Bennett, once a clerk in a department store in Cleveland, Ohio. Neatly dressed, soft-spoken, never late. He lost his job nearly 8 months ago when the store closed 3 of its 5 floors. His savings ran dry quickly. He sold his radio, then his watch, then his winter coat. Now he wears a patched jacket and carries a tin cup in his left coat pocket, just in case. He lines up before dawn. The bread line stretches along the side of a Catholic church, wrapping around the block. The sun hasn't yet broken over the skyline, but already more than 100 people are in place. Men mostly, some women, a few older children. No one speaks loudly. The air is filled with shuffling feet, the occasional cough, the sound of a baby whimpering against its mother's chest. Harold eyes the man in front of him, someone he's seen here before. The man used to be a school principal, or so he said. Behind Harold, a boy of maybe 13 stands tall, trying to seem older than he is. He holds the hand of a small girl with mismatched gloves. This isn't the first line of the week, and it won't be the last. There are different kinds of soup kitchens. Some run by local churches, others by private charities. Some are funded, at least in part, by city governments or business magnates, like Al Capone in Chicago, whose own soup kitchens were part generosity, part reputation laundering. But in places like Cleveland, the burden fell mostly on churches and ordinary volunteers. By the time Harold reaches the steps of the church hall, it has been nearly 2 hours. His legs ache, his stomach, empty since yesterday, growls with more weariness than urgency, but he keeps his head high. Everyone does. It's a quiet kind of dignity, one forged in necessity. Inside, the smell of thin broth and stale bread greets them. Volunteers ladle out soup that is more water than substance, cabbage, sometimes onions, the occasional bit of potato or barley if they're lucky. 1 slice of bread per person. A cup of coffee if supplies allow. It is not a meal. It is a reminder that survival is still possible. Harold takes his tray and scans the room. There are no assigned seats, no whispered prayers, just benches filled with people eating silently. A few speak softly, mostly about the weather or news from the paper. Another factory closing, another family evicted, another protest broken up. By police, across from Harold, sits a woman named Clara. She used to sew curtains. She now sews buttons onto old coats for nickels. She eats quickly, her eyes darting from one face to the next. She tells Harold that her son is looking for work.
At the rail yard. He's 15. She hopes he gets picked. No one complains. Complaining takes energy.
And energy is conserved. When the meal ends, the trays are returned to the bins. Some people linger, warming their hands near the stove in the corner. A few ask about shelter beds for the night. Most shuffle back out into the street. Harold doesn't know what his afternoon will hold. Perhaps he'll visit the employment board or stop by the public library. Many do, just for a warm room and a few hours of quiet. He might try again at the corner shop, ask if they need a stock boy, but he knows the odds are low, that this evening he may return to another line. And tomorrow begin again. Because in 1932 this is how dignity is measured, not in what you earn, but in how you endure. The breadline is not just about hunger, it is about the space between survival and surrender. And in that space, people like Harold stand. You might ask, how does a country known for abundance come to this? And perhaps more importantly, when pride and hunger collide, what survives in the space between them, the faces behind the silence? The line grows shorter, but the waiting never ends. It's late afternoon now, and Harold has spent the past few hours walking, not toward any destination, just walking, past shuttered storefronts, silent factories, and boarded-up homes. The city feels less like a place and more like a pause, as if the entire country is holding its breath, hoping the wind will change. He stops by the bulletin board outside the local employment office. There are a few new postings, but the crowd around them is dense, too many eyes chasing too few lines of hope. The listings are vague: labourer needed, porter position, willing to train. But most have already been filled. A man reads them aloud to others. No one speaks after him. Harold turns away. He's learned by now that job hunting often ends not in opportunity, but in fatigue. He makes his way back to the shelter on West 10th Street. It's nothing more than a repurposed school building. The cots are narrow, the blankets thin, but it's dry and it's safe, and that's more than some can claim. The man at the door gives him a nod of recognition. No words, just an acknowledgement that Harold's been here before. Inside, he finds a spot on the far wall and sits. Around him, a dozen others do the same. Some sleep. Others read old newspapers or sit motionless, as if waiting for something to begin or end. At 5:10 p.m., they're called back to the hall. It's time for the second meal of the day. Tonight's menu is the same: soup, bread, and coffee. This time, there's a bit more in the broth, something like carrots. A small mercy. As he waits his turn, Harold notices a familiar figure a few spots ahead. It's Raymond, an older man with a slight limp and a permanent scowl. Once a machinist, he lost everything in 1930 when the plant shut down. His wife died shortly after. No children, no family. Just a worn-out coat and a habit of talking to himself. Raymond doesn't speak unless spoken to, but Harold gives him a nod. And, to his surprise, tonight, Raymond speaks first. "You hear about the bakery?" he says. Harold shakes his head. "Burned down last night. Gas heater sparked it. Whole place gone." They both fall silent. It's not just about the bakery. It's about the three men who slept behind it for warmth. There's no confirmed word, but the street talk is grim. These are the kinds of stories that don't make headlines. They move in whispers, between soup bowls and street corners, between footsteps and cigarette smoke. They live where no one wants to look. Later, as they eat, Harold listens. At the next table, a young couple is sharing bread. They arrived from Pittsburgh last week, chasing rumors of factory work. They found nothing. The woman, no older than 20, says she's pregnant. She stares at her soup as if willing it to multiply. Behind them, a war veteran named Paul quietly hums an old marching tune. He wears his service cap even now. It's stained and creased, but he keeps it clean. He doesn't talk about the war, just about how he once built ships in Buffalo, how he used to take his daughter to the zoo on Sundays. He hasn't seen her in 2 years. Each face in the room is a chapter. A carpenter whose hands still bear the calluses of work no longer needed. A librarian who lost her job when the city slashed funding. A boy who shines shoes in the morning and sleeps in a stairwell at night. A mother who covers her son's ears when others curse. No one here is lazy. No one here is broken. They are simply caught. Caught in a moment in history where the systems meant to protect them have failed, where jobs are ghosts and banks are tombs, where politics offer promises but soup fills stomachs. Some say charity is a blessing. Others say it is a wound, because for every bowl handed out, there's a feeling handed back, a reminder that you can't feed your family on pride. But Harold, like many here, doesn't dwell on that. He eats. He thanks the volunteer. And when he leaves the table, he gives his half slice of bread to the young couple. They don't thank him. They just nod. In this place, dignity moves quietly. The sky outside has turned grey again. Snow threatens. Wind slips through the cracks in the door. But inside the shelter, people begin to settle in for the night. Cots fill. Blankets shift. Someone coughs. Someone prays. Harold lies down, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow will bring another line, another bowl, another long walk to nowhere. But tonight, at least, he is warm. And before the silence becomes sleep, a thought lingers. What does it say about a nation when its strength lies not in power, but in how it feeds the forgotten, quiet currency of care? The morning frost clings to the windows like memory. It is a new day, though it feels like the last. The rhythm of the Great Depression isn't marked by hours or calendars, but by habits, by hunger, by hope rationed out one ladle at a time. Harold wakes early, not because he has somewhere to be, but because sleep, when hungry, is a shallow tide. He folds his blanket neatly, tucks it beneath the cot as asked, and steps out into the brittle dawn. His breath clouds in the air. The shelter's walls, once an old school, now hum faintly with the breath of dozens of men trying to disappear into dreams. But outside, the city stirs. A line has already begun near the Methodist mission on Eastie, 46th. It's a new kitchen, smaller than most, fewer volunteers. They say the soup there has lentils. Word travels fast when hunger is your only compass. Harold joins the queue without thinking, as if pulled by muscle memory. The people standing with him are familiar and unfamiliar all at once. You see them every day. You forget their names, but you remember their posture. The way they cup their hands to stay warm. The way they speak gently to one another, not because they're close, but because they understand. A man behind him is singing softly under his breath. Something from the vaudeville stage, maybe. Something old. A woman a few spots ahead is reading aloud from a newspaper with no front page. She doesn't know the latest, but she reads anyway to fill the silence. As they wait, a young volunteer steps out of the church door. She's no older than 20, wearing a coat too large for her frame. Her cheeks are pink from the cold. She holds a clipboard and asks if anyone needs directions to the new employment center down by the lake. Some nod. Some don't answer. She doesn't push. She just smiles and moves down the line. Harold watches her for a long time, not because she represents rescue, but because she reminds him of something he'd nearly forgotten. Kindness without motive. When his turn arrives, he steps into the warm interior and breathes in the scent of soup. It's lentils, all right. Thinner than he'd hoped, but warm. Bread is limited today, one small slice per person. A single apple, if any, remain. He sits beside a man named Jonah, who used to fix watches. Jonah doesn't speak much. His hands are still nimble, but no one needs watches repaired when there's no work to be on time for. Still, Jonah always shares whatever news he's heard from the shelter 2 blocks over. He says there might be a coat drive next week. Maybe even a hot shower van. They eat slowly, savoring every bite, not because it tastes good, but because it tastes like continuation. Because soup, in a breadline, is more than food. It is proof that someone showed up, that someone cooked, that someone cared. After the meal, Harold helps carry empty trays to the back. No one asks him to. It's just something he does now. The volunteers thank him. One offers a second apple, tucked gently into his coat pocket with a whispered, "For later." Outside, the wind has picked up. The line still stretches, maybe 50 deep now. Some will wait 2 hours and be turned away. There's never enough. But something unspoken lives in the line, not desperation, not bitterness, a strange kind of order. People share cigarettes, trade bootlaces, swap newspaper clippings. One man sketches others in charcoal and trades portraits for sandwiches. A boy recites poetry from a pocket-sized volume, his voice trembling in the cold. And when someone stumbles, 5 hands reach out to catch him. It's here that Harold realizes something that no newspaper will ever print. The bread line is not just a place where people come to be fed. It's where they come to remember that they still matter. Because in a country battered by numbers, jobless rates, stock percentages, GDP losses, people are more than figures. They are stories. Quiet ones, not tragic, not heroic, just human. And every time Harold returns to the line, he doesn't just come for the soup. He comes for the rhythm of shared silence, for the small kindnesses passed like currency, for the dignity that lives not in rising but in remaining despite everything. He will walk the same route tomorrow. He will wait again. And the day after too. Not because there is no other option, but because here he finds something the rest of the world seems to have misplaced: grace in hardship. And as this story closes, you might wonder, what if true? Strength isn't found in power, but in the way we show up for each other, one bowl at a time. Story 4. When Money Lost Meaning. The quiet collapse of German currency, Weimar hyperinflation. A wheelbarrow full of nothing, it began, as disasters often do, with a whisper and a ledger. Germany, 1921. A nation licking its wounds after the Great War, a population drained by years of trench death, hunger, and military defeat. The Treaty of Versailles had been signed. The ink was dry, and with it came the bill, an astronomical sum of reparations demanded by the victors. Germany owed money, more than it had, more than it could hope to have. And rather than raise taxes or admit defeat, its leaders reached for a solution. Both simple and devastating, they printed it. At first, it seemed harmless. A few more marks here, a few more bills there. No one likes taxes, but printing paper, that was painless, or so it seemed. You could still walk into a bakery in Berlin and buy bread for a few marks. You could still visit a cafe in Leipzig and sip dark coffee by the window. You could still attend an opera or buy coal or pay rent. But beneath the surface, the ground was shifting. Quietly, like a crack forming beneath the foundation of a house long taken for granted. You wouldn't have noticed it at first. Just a slight change in prices. An egg that used to cost 1 mark now cost 2, but people paid it because they could. The government said everything was under control. Economists assured the public it was just temporary. By mid-1922, the whisper had grown louder. Workers noticed their paychecks didn't go as far. Housewives returned from the market with fewer items. Children brought home thinner sandwiches. Still, people adapted. They worked longer hours, took second jobs, sold personal items. Life always finds a way to continue until it can't. Then came the turning point. Late 1922 into early 1923, prices stopped rising by the month. They started rising by the week, then by the day, and eventually by the hour. People began spending their wages the moment they received them. Not from greed, but from necessity. A loaf of bread in the morning cost 160 marks. By afternoon, it was 200. By evening, 250. Wait too long and your paycheck would buy only crumbs. The image often repeated, though never exaggerated, is of a man pushing a wheelbarrow full of cash to the market. That image is real. Paper marks had become so worthless that coins were more valuable melted down for metal. People wallpapered homes with banknotes. Children made kites from them. It took thousands to buy soap, millions to buy shoes, billions, eventually, to buy anything at all. By November 1923, it took 200 billion marks to buy a loaf of bread. Pensioners found their savings erased, a lifetime of frugality gone in a week. The elderly begged beside former students, the middle class vanished into hunger, and still the printing presses ran. But daily life somehow continued. A schoolteacher named Annalise in Cologne described rushing to the bakery between classes before the price rose again. She brought a satchel of cash, which she counted with shaking hands. Her students, too young to understand, would ask why paper was so heavy. She smiled, because crying took too much energy. In factories, workers demanded to be paid twice a day. They used wheelbarrows, sacks, sometimes even laundry baskets to carry their wages. Banks couldn't print fast enough. Inflation wasn't a word anymore. It was an atmosphere. Markets no longer used price tags. Clerks used chalk to update prices every hour. A man could walk in to buy potatoes, and by the time he reached the counter, he couldn't afford them. People no longer asked, "How much?" They asked, "How fast?" Some communities tried bartering again, coffee for coal, boots for flour. But it wasn't sustainable. There was too little to go around, and the currency crisis infected every layer of society. The poor were starving, the rich were relocating, and the rest? The rest stood in line and watched the sky, waiting for the storm to end. By mid-autumn of 1923, Germany wasn't functioning. It was surviving. There was no faith in money, in banks, in the word value itself. Parents taught children how to sew seams into coats, not for warmth, but to hide coins. Women gathered onion skins to dye old fabric for resale. Men ripped up floorboards to burn for heat. All the while, the government kept promising a fix, but promises don't buy bread. And words don't hold weight in a world where money is dust. And so the question on everyone's lips became a quiet, desperate murmur. What is money when it no longer means anything at all? The collapse of everyday life. The numbers grew meaningless. By the fall of 1923, a postage stamp cost over 5 million marks. A kilogram of butter, several billion. A single newspaper could require a backpack full of cash. But people still carried it, still waited, still hoped, because they didn't know what else to do. And yet, beyond the absurd figures and shocking headlines, the real story was quieter. It was in the footsteps of a father, Otto, who used to walk to work with pride. He was an accountant, organized, precise, respected. Now he walked not to a job, but to queue outside a food cooperative, gripping paper money that might be useless by the time the doors opened. His wife sewed patches onto his trousers at night, praying the seams would hold longer than the economy. It was in the kitchen of Irma, a widow in Dresden, who once managed a small boarding house. Her guests were long gone. Now she boiled cabbage, leaves in a dented pot, stretching them across 3 days. She had one working light bulb and a radio that no longer picked up signal. Still, every morning she opened the windows, swept the entry, and placed a flower in the hallway, a ritual of civility amid collapse. For many, the breakdown wasn't just about food or finance. It was about identity. People who once saw themselves as stable, educated, and middle class were now standing in lines next to beggars and day laborers. Their lives, their titles, their bank accounts, everything they had relied on for structure had dissolved in a matter of months, and the anger grew not loud, not immediate, but heavy. thick in the air behind every glare and whispered conversation. In cafes that could still afford to operate, patrons no longer discussed poetry or politics. They talked about who had fled to France, which shop had shut down, which family had lost their home. The conversations always ended the same way, with shrugs, sighs, and the quiet resentment of a people betrayed. Workers went on strike, not for higher wages, but for daily wages, for payment in coal, in food, in anything that held real value. Some cities attempted their own local currencies, emergency notes printed with regional stamps. But even these couldn't keep up. By the time they circulated, prices had doubled. Again, the markets became theatres of desperation. Farmers refused to accept paper money. They demanded goods in exchange: boots, tools, fuel. In cities, housewives gathered in parks to trade sweaters for sugar, spoons for soap. Small children were sent to scavenge through ash bins looking for scraps. Even in respectable neighborhoods, families ripped the bindings off books to burn for heat. Banks were scenes of controlled chaos. Long lines of customers begged to withdraw cash before its value dropped again. But the clerks were helpless. They sat behind glass windows counting notes in stacks of millions, knowing each one was worth less than a moment ago. Many simply gave up. In Hamburg, a man was caught stealing sausages from a butcher's store. He had once been a university lecturer. He apologized, returned the meat, and broke down crying in the street. The butcher gave him a loaf of bread. There were more like him. Men who once gave lectures, now folding laundry in charity houses. Women who once hosted salons, now waiting in food lines behind factory workers. Children who once played with toys, now playing with bundles of shredded banknotes. Despite the absurdity, people still found ways to live. In Leipzig, two sisters started a sewing circle, not for income, but for solidarity. They gathered in the evenings to mend each other's clothes and share stories. They would laugh sometimes at the absurdity of it all. "My coat is worth more than my apartment," one joked. No one disagreed. In Berlin, a baker named Hans refused to close. He raised his prices hourly, yes, but he also gave free rolls to pregnant women and children under 6. "It's not their fault," he'd say. "None of this is." But these flickers of kindness could not mask the growing instability. Political parties began to capitalize on the chaos. Extremists on both the left and the right used the hyperinflation to stoke fear and rage. Pamphlets filled the streets. Parades turned into riots. Violence simmered beneath the surface of a starving, humiliated people. And all the while, the question echoed across cities and villages: if our savings are ash, if our jobs are gone, if our currency is a joke, what remains of our nation picking? Up the ashes, by late 1923, the German mark had become a memory. Prices were so absurd that they no longer made sense. In November of that year, a single US dollar was worth 4.2 trillion marks. A loaf of bread might cost 200 billion, but the numbers didn't even matter anymore. People carried notes in suitcases. Some stopped counting altogether. Transactions were made with cigarettes, butter, or silence. Germany was not functioning. It was improvising, and yet even then, even in a world where wages vanished before they reached your pocket, life continued. A funeral was held in Stuttgart for a teacher named Friedrich. He had collapsed in a soup line, weakened by months of hunger. His friends couldn't afford a coffin, so they built one from reclaimed lumber. A neighbor offered flowers from her window box. They held hands. They sang softly. Because grief, even in chaos, demands respect. Meanwhile, in Munich, shopkeepers wrote prices on chalkboards and gave up changing them. Instead, they marked everything, whatever you can give. And when a woman came in with only a button and a prayer, they gave her soup. There was no economy, only need. And yet, somewhere deep inside the failing system, a change was coming. That same month, November 1923, a new currency was introduced, the Rentenmark. It was different. It wasn't backed by gold because there was no gold. It was backed by land, by industrial assets, by the promise of stability. Just as importantly, the government finally stopped printing the old mark. The presses were silenced. The chaos was paused. For the first time in over a year, prices held still. A loaf of bread cost 0.5 Rentenmarks, and the next day it still did. And the next, it was not a miracle. It was a reset. The transition was slow. People didn't trust the new bills at first, but trust doesn't return all at once. It creeps back in through habits, through small things. The baker reopened with fixed prices. The bookseller began printing again. The school resumed full days with lunches provided. Men shaved, women opened windows. Children walked to class without looking over their shoulders. It would be years before full recovery. The economy remained fragile, political tensions simmered, and wounds were deep. But hyperinflation, the nightmare where money turned to mist, was over. The scars, however, remained. Many never recovered their savings. Pensioners who had worked their whole lives were left with nothing. The psychological toll on the middle class, the working poor, and even the wealthy was immeasurable. Trust in government, in currency, and in the very idea of financial security had been shattered. And in that shattered silence, something else was born. Resentment. Whispers grew louder, of betrayal, of humiliation, of enemies within. The memory of hyperinflation became a powerful political weapon, one that would be used in years to come by those who promised stability, strength, and revenge. But that is another story. For now, we return to the quiet, to the mother in Dresden, who kept a notebook of every price change long after they stopped, to the boy in Hamburg who learned to read by candlelight because his school couldn't afford bulbs, to the grocer in Leipzig who, even in the worst days, gave away one apple each morning to whoever arrived first, because kindness costs nothing, even when money means nothing. These are the stories left behind, not just the ones of bills and numbers, but of people, dignified, bruised, enduring. The Weimar hyperinflation was not merely an economic failure. It was a collapse of meaning, of the symbols. We used to build our lives, and yet, in that void, something human remained. A neighbor lending flour, a stranger sharing coal, a baker giving credit to someone who had nothing but a promise. And so as we step away from this chapter of history, consider this. When value disappears from paper, do we find it again in each other? Story 5. Coal miners of West Virginia, forgotten battles. Beneath the surface, the black veins of Appalachia, long before sunrise, before the birds have stirred, or the frost has melted, the hills of West Virginia. Hum with a quiet resolve. It's the 1920s, and across the Appalachian coal fields, men are waking up in the dark. In tiny wooden shacks built on company land, they dress in silence, worn boots, canvas jackets, helmets with carbide lamps. The lamps flicker, not with flame, but with memory. For in these hills, every family carries the story of someone who never came home. This is coal country, a world where black dust seeps into the skin, into the lungs, into the bones. It's not just a job, it's a life sentence, and yet, for thousands of men, it's the only way to put bread on the table. Miners live in company towns where everything from the store to the schoolhouse is owned by the coal operator. The houses are small, the walls thin, the water unreliable. Wages are paid not in cash but in scrip, a form of currency usable only at the company store, where prices are inflated and choices limited. In essence, the miners are trapped beneath the ground by the weight of debt and dependency. Every morning, they descend into the darkness. Mines stretch for miles beneath the mountains. The tunnels are low, the air stale, the walls slick with moisture. The only sounds are the groan of carts, the clink of picks, the occasional rumble from somewhere deeper. It is not silence, but it is close. They work in narrow seams of coal, sometimes on hands and knees, hacking and prying. Explosions are common, gas leaks are worse, collapses can happen with no warning. Rats, strangely, are welcomed. If they flee, it means something is coming. Death is not a stranger here. It is a co-worker. In the 1920 alone, more than 2,500 coal miners died in American mines. West Virginia's hills are littered with unmarked graves and shattered families. A miner named Samuel once said, "We go down every day not knowing if we'll come back, and if we don't, they send your wife a letter and move in another man." But the danger is not only underground, above ground, something else is simmering, rebellion. By the early 1920s, coal miners across the state had begun organizing, not because they wanted more, but because they wanted fairness. They wanted to be paid in dollars, not scrip. They wanted their children in schools, not on work crews. They wanted to live on land they could own, not rent at inflated prices from the very companies that paid them. Unions were growing. The United Mine Workers of America, MWA, was trying to gain a foothold. But the coal companies resisted violently. They hired private detectives, often from the Baldwin-Felts agency, to enforce their rules. These men weren't investigators, they were armed thugs. They carried rifles, broke up meetings, evicted families in the dead of night, and shot organizers in broad daylight. One such shooting would become the spark. In Matewan, a small town, along the Tug Fork River, a group of Baldwin-Felts agents attempted to evict several miners and their families, but the town's police chief, Sid Hatfield, refused. A standoff followed. Gunfire erupted. When it was over, 7 agents were dead. Hatfield became a folk hero. But heroes in coal country don't live long. Months later, Hatfield was assassinated.
On the courthouse steps in Welch, shot in front of his wife.
No trial, no justice, just silence. That silence didn't last. The coal fields erupted in what would become one of the largest labor uprisings in American history. The miners, many of them veterans of World War I, formed armed militias, wearing red bandanas around their necks, the origin of the term redneck. They marched toward Logan County, determined to end the oppression. What followed was the Battle of Blair Mountain, but that story waits just ahead. For now, we return to the
everyday life of the miner, because beneath every march and every speech was a day like this one.
A day where a man rose in the dark, kissed his children goodbye, and walked into the mountain with a lamp on his head and hope in his pocket. A day where dignity was earned through danger, where silence was never peace, and where coal wasn't just fuel, it was fate. The march to Blair Mountain, the hills of southern West Virginia, are steep and tangled, ancient ridges lined with thick forest, narrow roads, and winding creeks. These hollows echo with more than birdsong. They carry the sounds of steel on stone, of boots in the dirt, of voices no longer willing to whisper. It is August 1921 and the coal miners are no longer waiting. They are marching. From tiny hamlets
and lonely shacks they gather, first by the dozens, then the hundreds.
Eventually, over 10,000 miners form what would become the largest armed uprising in the United States since the Civil War. Their goal is simple, yet impossible: to end the reign of terror imposed by the coal companies, to unionize, to reclaim their lives. They are headed for Logan County, where the coal operators have built a fortress of resistance. The sheriff there, Don Chaffin, is loyal not to the miners, but to the mine owners. He commands a private army of deputies, armed with machine guns and supplied by the coal barons. He has sworn to stop the march at all costs. The miners, mostly veterans, move in units. They wear bits of surplus army gear, helmets, uniforms, belts. Some carry bolt-action rifles from the Great War. Others have shotguns, pistols, even hunting rifles passed down through generations. Around their necks they tie red bandanas, a symbol of solidarity and defiance. Their journey covers nearly 60 miles from Marmot through Boone County and into the shadow of Blair Mountain. Along the way they pass towns where company stores stand empty, where families wave from porches offering bread, coffee, or silence. In some places, local sheriffs join them. In others, they are warned to turn back, but they do not turn back. Blair Mountain isn't just a high ridge. It is a line drawn in blood and coal. On the other side lies Logan County, and beyond that, Mingo County, where miners have been evicted, beaten, and gunned down. The mountain is the last barrier, and the companies mean to hold it. Don Chaffin has dug in. He stations thousands of men across the mountain's ridges. Trenches are dug, machine guns mounted, spotters placed in trees. Airplanes are even hired to drop homemade bombs on the advancing miners, makeshift weapons crafted from leftover munitions. It is a battlefield, and for 5 long days in late August and early September, battle begins. The air is filled with the crack of gunfire. Men crawl through underbrush using roots for cover. Communication is made by whistle, by flag, by word passed hand to hand. The forest echoes not just with bullets, but with shouted warnings, with cries, with resolve. Rain pours, food runs low, ammunition is rationed. But the miners keep fighting, not just for wages or contracts, but for dignity. They are not anarchists. They are not revolutionaries. They are fathers, sons, neighbors. They have simply had enough. And as the gunfire echoes from the hills, the rest of the country begins to take notice. Newspapers report the chaos as a miners' revolt, exaggerating the threat. Some say the miners are trying to start a new war. Others call them dangerous, un-American. But most Americans are too far removed to understand, because the battle for Blair Mountain is not just about bullets. It is about the right to live without fear, to work without bondage, to speak without being silenced. After nearly a week of gunfights, President Warren G. Harding sends in federal troops. Army regiments arrive by train, wearing clean uniforms, holding orders to restore order. And with remarkable discipline, the miners stand down. They drop their weapons. They return to their homes. Not because they are beaten, but because they still believe in the country they fought for overseas. They believe the law will now protect them, that their message has been heard. But justice is not so simple. Of 500 miners are arrested. Some face charges of treason against the state. Many are jailed for months without trial. Union leaders are hounded, their homes raided, their movements tracked. The coal companies regain control. Slowly, quietly. Blair Mountain fades from the headlines. But among the miners, the memory remains. In the hollows and valleys of Appalachia, they speak of the time when the hills roared. when men with dust-stained hands stood up against empires, when for 5 days the mountains became a battlefield for the soul of labor. And so, the question lingers in the echoing woods. What does it mean to lose a battle, yet hold on to your cause buried in the mountain, not forgotten? After the Battle of Blair Mountain, silence returned. Not peace, just silence. The gunfire stopped. The red bandanas were tucked away. The miners, weary and bruised, went home. Some limped, some never spoke of it again. But in kitchens and porches across southern West Virginia, the story lived on in fragments, in the way a father paused before, lighting his lamp, in the way a mother looked toward the ridge at dusk. Because something had changed. Blair Mountain had not brought victory. There were no contracts signed, no wages raised, no bosses humbled. The coal operators still controlled the towns, the pay, the homes, the laws. The miners had surrendered their weapons, but not their memory. Still, for the companies, it was a moment of triumph. They rewrote the story in newspapers and courtrooms, branding the miners as violent radicals. The arrests continued. Union organizers were pushed out of counties entirely. And the specter of blacklisting haunted anyone who had dared to wear a red scarf. In the short term, unionization efforts in West Virginia collapsed. The United Mine Workers of America, once on the brink of establishing real power in the coal fields, lost momentum. Organizers were vilified or driven away. Strikes fizzled under the pressure of economic need and corporate retaliation. And the miners, those who had risked everything, were forced back underground. But time, like the mountain, is layered. In the years that followed, the Great Depression swept across the nation. Suddenly, the poverty and desperation that had long been hidden in coal country became America's shared burden. Hunger stretched into the cities, bread lines wound around banks, and the nation was forced to look again, this time not away, but inward. Under President Franklin D. Roosevelt, sweeping labor reforms emerged as part of the New Deal. Laws were passed to protect the right to unionize, to limit working hours, to establish minimum wages, to outlaw child labor. It was not immediate. And it did not undo the past, but it signaled a turning. By the late 1930s, the coal miners began organizing again, this time with federal backing, with national attention, and with lessons carved into the hills of Logan County. Many of the old fighters were gone. Some had died in the mines. Others had left the mountains entirely. But the spirit of their stand, of their march, of their sacrifice, had become something deeper than history. It had become identity. And in time, coal miners across the country would win hard-fought gains, safer conditions, real pay, the right to speak, the right to walk out. But they never forgot where it began. Today, Blair Mountain still rises in the distance, its slopes green and quiet. Beneath its surface lie seams of coal, but also the footprints of thousands who walked not for profit, but for principle. In recent decades, the mountain itself became a battleground once again, this time over mining rights. Efforts to strip mine it threatened to erase the land that once held the nation's largest labor uprising. Activists and historians fought not with rifles, but with petitions, insisting that this land held memory too valuable to lose. In 2009, after years of legal and political battles, Blair Mountain was added to the National Register of Historic Places, a symbolic victory, long overdue. But long before that listing, it was already sacred. Because history doesn't live in books alone.
It lives in calloused hands, in whispered stories, in headlamps passed from father to son, in the earth itself. And so when we talk of coal miners, let us not speak only of soot and tunnels. Let us remember the day they looked up from the mines and said,
"No more. Let us remember the hills that held their footsteps, their voices, their pain, and let us ask ourselves, what are we standing on today that someone else once stood up?" For story 6, Life on Credit, How Buy Now, Pay Later, shaped the 1930s. Collapse, the illusion of having it. All before the crash, before the breadlines and dust storms, there was a quiet revolution underway. One made not of protest or policy, but of promises. Promises printed on leaflets. Promises whispered across
showroom counters.
Promises wrapped in fine leather and new upholstery. It was called credit. And in the 1920s, it didn't seem like a trap. It seemed like progress. For the first time, the average American could walk into a department store and leave with a radio, a refrigerator, or even a car without paying the full price. All it took was a small down payment and the words "buy now, pay later." Installment plans weren't new, but their reach was. In the post-war boom of the 1920s, credit was no longer limited to the wealthy or the desperate. It was advertised as smart, modern, even patriotic. A family earning modest wages could now furnish an entire home with payments spread across months. A young couple could afford the new Ford Model A, not by saving for years, but by breaking the cost into manageable chunks. It was, in every sense, the democratization of consumption, but what felt empowering was quietly building a house of cards. By 1929, more than 60% of all cars and 80% of radios were purchased on installment credit. Furniture, phonographs, sewing machines, even clothing. Everything came with a payment plan. And yet, few people stopped to ask, what happens when the payments stop? For a while, the illusion held. In cities like Detroit, Cleveland, and Chicago, new storefronts sparkled with electric lights, showrooms boasted the latest gadgets, catalogs promised modern life, delivered to your door. Salesmen became evangelists of prosperity. "Why wait?" they'd ask. "You deserve this now." And people believed them because they wanted to believe. Because after the war, after the flu pandemic, after years of scraping by, Americans were hungry for comfort. Behind closed doors, families filled their homes with things they didn't yet own, and in doing so, they mortgaged not just their incomes, but their stability. In homes across the country, kitchen drawers filled with invoices. A radio, $5 a month, a mattress, $2 a month, a vacuum cleaner, $3 for $5 a month. These weren't large sums, but added together and multiplied across millions, they created a national web of unpaid debt. And the lenders? They didn't mind. First, finance companies, department stores, and even manufacturers offered easy credit. They charged interest, of course, but more importantly, they charged confidence, the belief that the future would keep pace with the present, that jobs would stay, that wages would rise, that bills would always be paid, eventually. But in small towns, cracks were already forming. In Iowa, a farmer named Helen purchased a washing machine on credit. Her husband's wheat crop had done well the year before. This year, it failed. Now she juggled overdue letters with apologies written defeat in pencil. In Pittsburgh, a steelworker named Joe bought a new sofa for his wife's birthday. A month later, he was laid off. The finance company repossessed the sofa after 2 missed payments. These were not dramatic stories. They didn't make headlines, but they were multiplying. And still, the advertising never slowed. Magazines ran, full-page spreads, glamorous women in sparkling kitchens, men lighting pipes beside new radios, children in crisp outfits. "You can afford it," they read. "Why not enjoy life now?" Stores competed not just on price, but on payment terms. Some offered 12-month plans, others 18. Interest rates rose quietly, buried in fine print. Few read them. Fewer understood them. Even churches got involved, encouraging congregants to give generously now and pay it off later. If faith could be financed, what couldn't? By the late 1920s, credit had ceased to be a financial tool. It had become a cultural habit, and like any habit, it masked consequences. Because in the shadow of this consumer boom, the foundation was rotting. Businesses relied on future payments to cover present costs. Banks lent to stores who lent to consumers who hadn't yet paid for last month's goods. Money was promised, not possessed. When the stock market crashed in October 1929, it wasn't just Wall Street that trembled. It was every household where a radio was still being paid off, every business waiting on installment revenue, every bank whose notes were backed not by assets, but by expectation. Suddenly the question wasn't, can I afford it? It was, can I keep it? Repossessions began. Furniture vanished in the night. Cars were reclaimed from driveways. Radios stopped playing, not because they broke, but because they were taken. And yet, even in those early days of collapse, many still clung to the idea that this was temporary, that the economy would bounce back, that jobs would return, that debts would resolve themselves. But the economy had been built not on savings but on faith in credit, and faith, once broken, leaves a silence louder than any crash. The collapse of the promise. By early 1930, the word installment began to take on a new tone. It no longer meant progress, it meant pressure. The American dream, freshly furnished and paid for in pieces, now sat in living rooms like a looming question mark. Radios still gleamed, refrigerators still hummed, but the envelopes piling up in drawers were no longer invitations to joy. They were reminders of agreements no longer possible to keep. The banks, once eager to lend, now leaned back. Collections departments grew larger, notices became sharper. Missed payment turned to final warning. And in the background, America began to shiver, economically, emotionally, and structurally. This wasn't a dramatic collapse, not at first. It was more like a slow leak in a boat that everyone assumed could float forever. In a two-bedroom apartment in Cincinnati, a man named Arthur, once a rising office clerk, now found himself unemployed. He had purchased a new dining set the year prior, meant to impress his in-laws. The set remained polished and unused. The company that sold it sent men in grey suits to remove it. They didn't knock twice. In the suburbs of St. Louis, Margaret kept her family's washing machine running by pawning her wedding ring to make one final payment. It gave her an extra 30 days. After that, she used a washboard. Her knuckles bled in winter. Across the country, Americans were finding that when the world runs on credit and the world stalls, everything stops. Businesses faltered. Department stores began posting smaller advertisements. Layoffs swept through corporate offices, not because sales were low, but because incoming payments had vanished. Those who had extended credit were suddenly paralyzed by unpaid accounts, and unlike cash, installment debt could not be undone. Once the item was sold, it was no longer liquid. The store had no money left to pay suppliers. The suppliers had no money left to pay labor. And the laborers? They had no jobs. A chain reaction, powered not by greed or fraud, but by the fragility of belief. It wasn't just individuals who had borrowed heavily, it was the entire system. Railroad companies financed their expansion on future freight contracts. Auto manufacturers produced more than they could sell, assuming credit would keep demand high. Advertising firms promised growth to clients already buried in unpaid invoices. In New York, entire office buildings went quiet. Companies shuttered, leaving behind rows of silent typewriters and half-paid furniture. And then came the foreclosures. Homeowners, many of whom had used installment plans to cover mortgages, found themselves unable to keep up. First, they missed utility payments, then food bills, then rent. Eventually the sheriff came, not with violence, but with authority. Whole families stood on porches watching their belongings piled onto sidewalks. Even renters weren't safe. Landlords raised prices to compensate for vacancies. Evictions soared. In Chicago alone, it's estimated that nearly 250,000 people lost their homes in a single year. Debt was no longer private. It became visible. It lived in doorways, in vacant lots, in soup lines. But perhaps the most painful change wasn't in possessions, it was in trust. Credit had been built on relationships, on handshakes between grocers and regulars, on payment books kept in neat handwriting, on confidence that tomorrow would pay for today. That faith dissolved. Neighbors who once borrowed flour now avoided eye contact. Business owners who had offered leniency were forced to send letters demanding payment, and families, once proud, once comfortable, found themselves hiding overdue bills in drawers, hoping they'd simply disappear. Even those who owed nothing felt the weight, because in a society built on collective confidence, the collapse of one thread weakens the entire fabric. A teacher in Boston, paid in state IOUs, could no longer pay her milkman, who then couldn't pay his supplier, who then laid off a driver whose daughter had to leave school. And just like that, credit's invisible threads unraveled another life. Meanwhile, the banks recoiled further. Credit was withdrawn. Loan applications denied. Lending froze. And into that vacuum stepped fear. Fear that the refrigerator would be taken. Fear that the last pair of winter boots would be repossessed. Fear that the dignity of home would vanish in one more missed payment. Still, in the face of collapse, Americans adapted. They traded instead of bought, fixed instead of replaced, reused instead of discarded. In alleyways and apartment basements, neighbors bartered goods. One man offered shoe repair in exchange for firewood. A woman traded extra fabric for jars of preserves. Some families hosted make-do parties, gatherings where neighbors shared repair tips, home remedies, and stories. Laughter returned briefly. Not because things were better, but because people still needed one another. But behind every story of resilience was the echo of what came before. The glossy magazine spreads, the smooth-talking salesman, the belief that having more made life more meaningful, the cost of living ahead. By 1932, the glitter of the 1920s had turned to dust. The radios sat silent. The automobiles, bought with so much excitement and so many small promises, sat idle in alleyways, with rust forming on the fenders. The refrigerators hummed in empty kitchens, chilling nothing but shadows. These were the trophies of a decade defined by credit, now serving as artifacts of a financial system built on borrowed time. Across America, a new word had quietly entered daily vocabulary: default. It appeared in letters, in courtroom filings, in whispers between neighbors. He defaulted. They defaulted. We might default next week. It no longer shocked. It simply described the reality. Because what had once been a manageable monthly payment, $5 here, $10 there, was now impossible. Not because people had grown reckless or indulgent, but because the economy itself had ground to a halt. Wages had disappeared. Jobs were rare. Coins clinked with unfamiliar weight in the palm. A nation raised on buy now, pay later had arrived at pay never. And with that came a reckoning, not only financial but emotional. In a town outside Milwaukee, a grocer named Tom finally closed his shop. He had extended credit to nearly everyone on his block. "They'll pay when they can," he had said, but they couldn't. And after months of losses, he was the one in debt. On his last day, he gave away the remaining canned goods for free. He locked the door and wept on the stoop. In Atlanta, a music teacher named Ruth sold her piano, paid off over years on an installment plan to afford coal for the winter. She hadn't played in months. Her students had disappeared when their parents could no longer afford lessons. She lit the fire slowly, the smell of varnish still clinging to her sleeves. For every item bought on credit, there was now a story of loss. Not loud, not scandalous, just real. The furniture taken back, even when it bore the marks of a child's first steps. The phonograph, once the center of family joy, now pawned for half a loaf of bread. The dresses, still carefully hung in closets, never fully paid for, no longer worn. The credit bubble hadn't just burst, it had drained trust from the very concept of consumption. People no longer believed in easy payments. They avoided credit like poison. A new frugality set in, harsh, instinctive, and deeply rooted. In one sense, this was survival. In another, it was mourning, because Americans hadn't just lost possessions. They had lost the idea that the future could be conveniently planned, neatly paid for in predictable pieces. They had lost confidence not only in banks and companies, but in themselves, and yet, even amid that loss, resilience emerged. Communities began to create mutual aid networks where credit was replaced by trust and barter. Churches collected coats instead of coins. School teachers accepted potatoes or firewood as payment for tutoring. Barbers cut hair in exchange for bread. Every transaction was slower, more personal, and often more meaningful. The federal government, recognizing the scale of the collapse, began to respond. The Reconstruction Finance Corporation was created to offer loans to struggling businesses. President Roosevelt, elected in 1932, promised a New Deal, and slowly, confidence began to flicker back to life. But long after the factories reopened, the wounds of the credit collapse remained. Even decades later, those who had lived through the Great Depression often spoke of it not in terms of numbers, but in memories. My father never trusted banks again. My mother reused everything, even wrapping paper. My grandfather saved every receipt, every coin. The trauma of living beyond one's means, only to be punished for it, left scars that outlasted recovery. And perhaps that's the quiet legacy of the buy now, pay later era. It showed how easily optimism can be monetized, how hope can be packaged and sold, and how a society can convince itself that debt is not risk but opportunity until the music stops and the bill comes due. Story 7 Ordinary Kings. The postmen, teachers, and clerks of the Great Depression, the weight of the uniform in times of turmoil. History often remembers the grand gestures, the protests, the speeches, the battles, the bills. But beneath those moments lived the quiet pulse of a nation held together not by politicians or generals, but by people who showed up each day in uniforms with worn shoes and worn smiles, and did the job no matter the weather. These were the ordinary kings, the postmen, the teachers, the clerks behind dusty counters in fading light. They didn't make the headlines. But in the 1930s, as the Great Depression hollowed out entire cities and families rationed both food and hope, these workers became pillars in a collapsing world. Their presence was not dramatic, but it was essential. Let's begin in a small town in Iowa. The morning air is cold. Frost lingers on porches, even as the sun tries to warm the rooftops. A postman named Roy steps off his bicycle, breath curling in the air. His uniform is pressed, though the hem is fraying. His cap is a little too large. It belonged to the man who trained him, who retired 2 winters ago, heartbroken by unpaid bills. Roy doesn't speak much, he just walks. House to house, he slips envelopes into mail slots. Sometimes there's good news, a distant cousin's letter, a check from the government. Sometimes there's bad, pink notices, overdue bills.
Legal summonses. He never looks at the content. He doesn't have to.
The faces of the recipients say enough. But he walks his route anyway. Rain or snow. 6 days a week. People wait for him, not just for the mail, but for the sense of continuity he brings. When everything else has fallen apart, Roy still appears. At 7:43 a.m., turning the same corner, tipping his hat at the same garden fence, pausing to pet the same old dog. He doesn't know it, but he's part of what keeps the town breathing. In the next county over, we meet Miss Eleanor, a 5th grade teacher in a brick schoolhouse that smells of chalk and wood smoke. The children arrive with threadbare coats, most of them without lunch. She keeps a tin in her desk with biscuits she bakes each Sunday, one for each child, every day. The school no longer pays her full wages. Sometimes she's given groceries instead, flour, salt, apples. Other times it's an IOU from the district. She tucks it in her ledger and teaches anyway. She teaches not just multiplication and grammar, but courage, the courage to keep learning when your stomach is empty. The courage to sing morning songs when your father hasn't worked in 6 months. The courage to raise your hand when your shoes are falling apart and your future feels like fog. She tells her students that knowledge is a kind of light, that it can't be taken, that even now, especially now, it matters. And then, in the city, there's Mr. Franklin, a bank clerk who didn't lose his job when the crash came. He stayed behind the counter even as deposits dried up, even as lines of desperate customers begged for withdrawals they couldn't be given. He doesn't hold power, he doesn't make decisions, but he offers kindness. He listens, he explains slowly, gently, he remembers names, he keeps a thermos of hot coffee in his drawer, offering sips to customers whose hands shake too badly to hold a pen. He is not the one who caused the banks to fall, but he is one of the few who stayed when the roofs did. These are just 3 among thousands: the crossing guard who shows up even when no cars pass, the librarian who opens the doors each morning so the unemployed can stay warm and read, the woman who types labels for government parcels 8 hours a day, sending hope across the country, one brown box at a time. Their work is not glamorous. It does not lift them out of poverty, but it holds the line, because in an era when everything seemed to disappear, homes, savings, businesses, these people remained. Not because they were paid well, not because they were immune to hardship, but because they understood something deeper. Sometimes just showing up is an act of rebellion against despair, and yet no statue was ever built for them. No holiday marks their contribution. They returned home in the evenings with tired feet, and little thanks but their neighbors noticed. The boy who watched Miss Eleanor sweep the classroom floor, the widow who saw Roy bend down to fix a fallen mailbox in the snow, the laid-off factory worker who knew that Mr. Franklin would still smile at him even when he had no balance left. These moments were small, but stitched together, they held
A nation, the dignity of routine. The crisis dragged on, months folded into years.
And in those long years, the spotlight rarely touched the ordinary. But while headlines tracked stock markets, soup lines, and presidential speeches, America's silent defenders went about their days, tirelessly, faithfully, quietly. In thousands of towns and cities, the postman still walked. Roy's shoes wore thinner with each passing season. His mailbag sagged heavier. sometimes with bills, sometimes with letters from distant sons in search of work, sometimes with nothing more than coupons and government notices. He noticed how the houses changed, porches began to sag, gardens gave way to root vegetables, bright curtains faded. Radios, once playing swing tunes in the afternoon, now sat silent behind cracked windows. People opened doors more slowly. Smiles were harder to find. Still, Roy delivered. On holidays, he added a small card in his pocket to wish families well.
On birthdays, he paused a little longer before the door, imagining the candles that might not be lit this year.
He never asked for anything, but every so often someone would leave him a cup of warm milk, a biscuit wrapped in wax paper, a thank you written in pencil. He tucked them away without a word. In the schoolhouse, Miss Eleanor's classroom grew, smaller as children dropped out to help at home. Some boys went to shine shoes or deliver newspapers. Some girls stayed to mind younger siblings, while their mothers took laundry into town. But for those who came, Eleanor gave them everything she had. She taught reading from books with missing pages. She had them recite multiplication tables like poetry. And when they looked at her with tired eyes, she told them stories, not from textbooks, but from memory. She spoke of ancient Rome, of the oceans, of stars too far to touch, but close enough to wonder about. In that one-room schoolhouse, her voice filled the air like a kind of warmth, softening the cold that lived outside the door. She knew education might not save them all, but it gave them a reason to sit up, to ask questions, to believe that life extended beyond the town's faded edges. Meanwhile, in the city, Mr. Franklin the clerk stayed behind his glass window as one bank closed and another opened in its place. He had seen enough men cry at counters to fill volumes, seen too many women slide passbooks across the counter like funeral programs. He couldn't reverse their fortunes, but he could make the moment a little easier. He became an unofficial counselor, a gentle translator of financial jargon, a man who remembered names when no one else did. When a young veteran walked in with shaking hands and no funds, Mr. Franklin handed him a seat and listened. When an elderly woman came in with a purse full of coins and confusion in her eyes, he counted every penny twice, just to be sure. He too wore a uniform, though simpler than Roy's and quieter than Eleanor's. But in that uniform, behind that counter, he carried something invisible: steadiness. The kind people began to depend on more than they realized. Across the country, these figures repeated like threads in a worn but unbroken fabric. In Brooklyn, a trolley driver named Gus never missed a route, even when his passengers rode in silence. In Kansas, a nurse named Alma walked 5 miles daily to her clinic, carrying supplies in a bag sewn from her mother's apron. In Los Angeles, a janitor named Pedro opened the courthouse doors each morning at 6, even when court sessions were cancelled for lack of staff. They were not symbols, they were real. Tired, often underpaid, sometimes hungry, but they came anyway. Their dignity was not in their status. It was in their repetition, because routine, in an uncertain world, becomes
A kind of sanctuary to wake.
to put on a uniform, to walk the same route, to keep a classroom open, to unlock a door. These acts, though small, whispered something to those around them: we are still here. And in a country unraveling at the seams, such whispers became powerful. The kingdoms we don't see, the Great Depression did not end all at once. It unraveled slowly, like a storm that forgets to stop raining. But through those long years of uncertainty, it was not always speeches or strategies that kept the country intact. It was the people who kept showing up. And in showing up, they carved out quiet kingdoms. Roy the postman delivered his final route. In the winter of 1937, by then, his back ached and his knees had long since surrendered their strength. But on that final day, dozens of neighbors waited at their doors, not for letters, but for him. They clapped. They handed him a pie, a scarf, a card signed by every family he had walked past for 15 years. He didn't say much. He never did. He just smiled and tapped the brim of his hat. Miss Eleanor retired the following spring. Her classroom had changed over time. New textbooks arrived through a Roosevelt-era education fund. She had more students again, their faces brighter, their shoes slightly less worn. Some of her former pupils had returned, older now, stopping by to say thank you, to tell her they'd found work, joined a training program, learned to build radios or sew uniforms. She left behind a drawer filled with handwritten lesson plans, carefully bound in ribbon. As for Mr. Franklin, he stayed at his bank window until the day he died. The bank had changed names 3 times, but he never moved. When asked why, he once replied, "People expect to see someone behind the glass. I'd rather they see someone they know." He passed peacefully in his sleep. His uniform hung neatly on the door. At his funeral, the bank closed for 2 hours. Hundreds attended. Even those who had nothing to deposit came to show what he'd given them. A reason to trust, even a little. And beyond them, past the ink of ledgers and the chalk of classrooms, there were thousands more. The mail carriers who folded their coats around fragile letters. The teachers who shared their own meals so no child would go hungry. The clerks who held the hands of strangers through paperwork and fear. They were not elected. They didn't lead revolutions. They were not written into law, but they were remembered because they held together the parts of life that don't make headlines: rhythm, presence, care. And when the Depression finally began to ease, when jobs returned, when the economy stirred, many looked back and realized these were the people who'd taught them how to endure, not by preaching, not by demanding, but by being there, day after day, year after year. In modern times, we often overlook these lives: the janitor who never missed a shift, the clerk who never raised their voice, the nurse who stayed after hours because no one else could. But these are the figures who hold the seams of the world together when it starts to fray. Not kings in the way we're taught to recognize them, but kings all the same, ordinary in title, extraordinary in impact. Story 8. The Great Migration. Why millions left home in search of survival. The first bag packed, it began not with speeches, but with suitcases. A quiet decision in the kitchen, a whispered conversation by lamplight, a bag packed in silence, sometimes without goodbyes. It was not a protest march or an orchestrated campaign. It was a human response to generations of hardship, a movement of necessity, not noise. Between 1916 and 1970, more than 6 million African Americans left the rural South in what would come to be known as the Great Migration, the largest internal movement of people in American history. And though its timeline spanned decades, the 1930s saw one of its most desperate, determined waves. Because in the 1930s, the South was starving. Fields that once promised prosperity had turned bitter. The collapse of cotton prices, the cruelty of Jim Crow laws, the weight of segregation, all came crashing down in tandem with the Great Depression. For black families, poverty wasn't new, but it had become unbearable. In Mississippi, a farmer named Henry looked out across his field of withering stalks. The land wasn't his. It never had been. He worked it under the sharecropping system, one that promised payment but delivered debt. Each season ended with him owing more than he had earned. And now, with cotton prices collapsed, the figures no longer mattered. They were just chains. His wife, Lottie, read a letter from her cousin in Chicago. It spoke of factory work, of wages, real wages paid in dollars, not credit or crop shares, of schools with chalkboards, not crumbling slates, of streets lit by lamps that worked. It wasn't paradise, but it was different, and sometimes different was enough. So they packed one trunk, a cast-iron skillet, a photograph in a broken frame, 2 dresses, 1 Bible. They joined the stream of others, some on foot, some by train, some hitching rides in the backs of trucks. No banners, no fanfare, just a slow, steady exodus, a movement of mothers with infants strapped to their backs, of fathers walking beside them, eyes fixed north. They were headed to cities that hummed with industrial promise: Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, New York. In the cramped rail cars, people shared stories of where they'd come from and of where they hoped to arrive. They spoke of cousins working in meatpacking plants, of friends who'd found housing with a room to spare, of the promised land, as some called it, not because it was perfect, but because it wasn't. The South, they left behind more than poverty. They left behind the terror. Lynching was not a word, they had lived it. Segregation was not a policy, it was their daily breath. To walk down a street in the wrong part of town, to speak up at the wrong moment, to look the wrong way at the wrong man. Any of these could mean death. And so, the journey was also a shedding of fear, or at least an attempt. The first sight of northern cities was dizzying. Smoke rising from factory stacks, electric signs blinking above wide streets, trolleys, people from everywhere, Polish, Irish, Italian, Jewish, and black. So many black. Faces they did not recognize, but who nodded with understanding. The welcome was mixed. In some neighborhoods, white residents greeted the newcomers with suspicion or open hostility. Housing was limited, and segregation, though not written into law, lived in contracts, banks, and real estate agents. Jobs were plentiful but difficult, hot, loud, and unforgiving. Often, black workers were paid less for the same labor. They were the last hired and the first fired. Still they stayed, because here they could vote. Here their children could attend public school. Here their names were not attached to land they did not own. They brought with them culture, resilience,
Music. They brought the sounds of the South, blues, gospel, early jazz, and gave it new breath in northern clubs and churches.
They built communities, Bronzeville in Chicago, Harlem in New York, Black Bottom in Detroit. These were not just neighborhoods, they were sanctuaries, places where stories could be shared freely, where neighbors looked out for one another, where a Sunday dinner could stretch across 3 families and still leave enough for leftovers. But even in these new homes, struggle remained. The work was brutal, the pay low, the rent high. Racism didn't end, it simply changed shape. And in the early 1930s, the Great Depression reached these cities too, tightening its grip around black families who had already been living at the edge. Still they endured, because even when the work disappeared, the South did not beckon them back. Returning was not an option. And so the community leaned on itself. Churches became food banks, barbershops became bulletin boards for jobs, porches became playgrounds for children who didn't know yet how much had been sacrificed for their laughter. And through it all, the movement continued, quiet, relentless, transformative. So, when we think of the Great Depression, we must also think of this. Not everyone stayed where they were. Some had to leave to live. Building a new life, one room at a time life in the North was not easy. But for many black families who had left the Jim Crow South, it was possible, and possibility itself was power. When Henry and Lottie arrived in Chicago, they found shelter in a tenement on the south side, a single room, third floor, no running hot water, shared toilet in the hallway, but it was theirs, no overseer, no plantation owner, no white sheriff watching from a porch. For the first few days, Henry looked for work. He walked blocks at a time, asking at factories, warehouses, shipping yards. "You hiring?" he'd say. Most times the answer was no. Sometimes it was not your kind, but he kept asking. Eventually he found a job sweeping floors at a meatpacking plant. The hours were long, the pay small, but it was honest work. For the first time in his life he earned a wage in real money, not in crop credits, not in debt promises, in coins that clinked in his hand. Lottie found part-time work in a laundry. She pressed shirts for the white-collar workers downtown, her hands red from steam, her back stiff by noon. But in the evenings she returned home and made cornbread with the same cast-iron skillet they had carried from Mississippi, and around them a new life began to take shape. On Sundays they joined the congregation at a Baptist church just 2 blocks down. There was music, real music, not like in the fields, but close. Drums, piano, a chorus of voices that filled the sanctuary like thunder made soft. It was more than worship, it was recognition. A place where no one looked away when you walked in, where your name mattered. The neighborhood was crowded but alive. Streetcars rattled past barbershops and storefront churches. Children played in alleys between brick buildings. Street vendors sold sweet potatoes, peanuts, and newspapers that told their stories, not someone else's. It was here, in these new urban landscapes, that black culture flourished. In Harlem, New York, the Renaissance was blooming. Writers like Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston captured the sorrow and strength of black life. Musicians filled clubs with the sounds of the blues, jazz, and gospel, rhythms rooted in pain but lifted by pride. In Detroit, Motown seeds were planted decades before they'd flower. In Chicago, the South Side became a hub for labor activism, literary voices, and entrepreneurial ambition. And though jobs were hard and prejudice was present, the North offered what the South never could: space to try. Families started businesses, restaurants, tailor shops, record stores. Women formed civic clubs and literacy groups. Men joined labor unions and veterans associations. And children, for the first time, sat in schools with real books, not hand-me-down scraps. Still, the barriers were many. Housing discrimination was rampant. Redlining and restrictive covenants kept black families from moving into certain neighborhoods. Even in cities that promised freedom, segregation re-emerged under new names: zoning, neighborhood standards, real estate codes. In schoolrooms, black children were often crowded into underfunded classrooms with teachers stretched too thin. In hospitals, they waited longer. In courtrooms, their voices were softer. Racism in the North was not as overt, but it was systemic, woven into policies instead of burned into signs. And yet something new began to form, an identity that was both Southern and Northern, both old and new. It was in the way Henry still stirred grits in the morning, even after 10 years in Chicago. It was in the way Lottie called her children by their full names when they misbehaved, just like her mother had. It was in the way neighbors looked out for one another, knowing that each of them had left something heavy behind. Every house in the neighborhood held a different migration story. One man had walked north from Georgia. A woman had left Alabama at 17, never looking back. Some still wrote home, others did not. But each story was stitched with the same thread. We came here to live. And the communities they built, strong, complex, beautiful, were not just answers to oppression. They were acts of creation, of building something from dust, of turning sorrow into song, of raising children who would never know the fear of calling a white boy sir. Still, hardship lingered. The Depression spared no one. Layoffs came quickly. In the factories, rent prices soared even as wages dropped. Entire buildings were abandoned, while families doubled and tripled up in one-bedroom flats. Soup kitchens appeared on the same corners where churches once held socials. But this time, the fight was different. In the South, survival had been about endurance. In the North, it became about organization. Black laborers joined picket lines. Ministers led rent strikes. Women opened kitchens in church basements. A generation that had walked out of the South now stood tall in union halls and city council chambers. They were still poor, but they were present. And the children, those born in Chicago, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, were watching. They were learning that home could be made, not inherited. What we carry, what we leave. By the late 1930s, the Great Migration was no longer a moment. It was a movement written into the nation's streets, schools, and sidewalks. In neighborhoods, once unfamiliar, entire new worlds had taken root. From Mississippi to Milwaukee, Georgia to Gary, families had crossed rivers, rails, and boundaries, real and invisible. They had fled a land where their freedom was conditional, where their labor was exploited, and where their children grew up knowing which door not to knock on. And in the North, despite hardship, they stayed. Because staying was power. Because staying meant shaping something new. Because staying meant they wouldn't have to run again. In Chicago's Bronzeville, new generations filled the pews of churches built by Southern hands. The hymns still carried the rhythms of the Delta, but the sermons echoed with a Northern defiance. Pastors preached not just salvation, but self-determination. In Detroit, children of factory workers memorized poems by Langston Hughes in crowded classrooms, reciting stanzas over our pots of simmering greens in kitchens no longer shared with sharecroppers. In Harlem, music spilled from every block. Trumpets, saxophones, voices that sang of longing and arrival in the same breath. Billie Holiday, Duke Ellington, Louis Armstrong. Names that rose out of Southern soil and became the soundtrack of an America in motion. These weren't just cultural shifts. They were political ones too. Black newspapers grew in circulation, calling out injustice with clarity. Labor strikes included black workers, sometimes reluctantly, sometimes boldly. The New Deal, despite its flaws, introduced new opportunities, and black voters, newly enfranchised in northern cities, began to matter in elections, but progress did not come peacefully. Race riots flared in cities like Chicago and Detroit. Housing remained segregated, police brutality wore a new badge, and job opportunities, while broader than in the South, still placed black workers at the bottom of the ladder. Still, people endured because this time they had each other. Blocky by block, the migrants created networks of survival, churches that served as community centers, beauty parlors that doubled as newsrooms, backyards that hosted fish fries, sewing circles, and voter registration drives, and they passed their stories down. Lottie would tell her grandchildren how she left Mississippi with only one dress and a skillet, and how that skillet cooked every first meal in every apartment they ever rented. Henry would rest his aching back on the porch and explain how it felt to sign his first paycheck in ink, how the factory boss shook his hand, not because he had to, but because he had no reason not to. Their children would grow up not as escapees, but as citizens. They would go on to become teachers, lawyers, soldiers, singers, and mayors. They would fight other battles for civil rights, for integration, for fairness in the cities their parents helped build. And yet they would carry with them the memory of what was left behind, not just the fields and red clay roads, but the sound of frogs in summer, the taste of cornbread from a cast-iron pan, the heavy knowledge of what it cost to walk away. Because the Great Migration was not just about movement, it was about transformation. A people long denied the right to determine their own lives took that right into their hands, not all at once, not in glory, but in pieces. One train ticket, one apartment, one vote, one song. And so decades later, when history looked back, it did not find statues. It found footprints, miles and miles of footprints from Louisiana to Cleveland, from Alabama to Harlem, from Georgia to Chicago, etched, not in stone, but in memory. Story 9. The Bank That Vanished. Overnight, small-town America's financial cracks. The morning the locks didn't turn, it was a Wednesday morning, the kind of morning small towns in America have known forever. Mist hanging just above the rooftops, the faint clink of milk bottles on porches, the low hum of a town waking up at its own pace. Stores would open slowly, coffee would be poured, and by 9 o'clock, the bank on Main Street would swing open its double glass doors. Except this morning, it didn't. The First Farmers Bank of Mason County, a 2-story red brick building with iron letters faded by years of sun, did not open. The doors were locked, the lights were off, and on the glass, taped at an angle, was a single sheet of paper with 4 typed lines. This bank has been closed by order of the State Banking Commission. All accounts are frozen pending further notice. Please do not attempt entry. We apologize for the inconvenience. There was no warning, no letter, no phone call, just a sign and silence. In a town of 3,000 people, it was the kind of silence that screamed. Within an hour, a crowd gathered on the steps, mostly older men at first, staring through the glass, as if disbelief might unlock the door. Then came the mothers with children clinging to skirts. Then the business owners holding checkbooks. Then the farmers who had deposited their harvest. Profits just weeks before. No one had answers, only questions. Where is the money? What about the payroll checks? Who decided this? Why didn't they tell us yesterday? Behind the locked doors, a clerk named Helen sat at her desk, instructed by the state to remain inside for inventory and documentation. She watched as familiar faces peered in. Mr. Burke, the feed store owner, Mrs. Sullivan, the piano teacher, Marcus, the high school janitor. She had taken deposits from each of them, and now she had nothing to give back. This wasn't just a financial event, it was a rupture in trust, because in small-town America, the local bank was more than a place of business. It was a symbol of stability, a building that stood solid through snowstorms, town parades, and 4th of July fireworks. The bankers wore ties, knew everyone's name, and often coached Little League on weekends. But the Great Depression didn't respect symbols. Across the country in the early 1930s, thousands of banks failed, some from bad loans, others from rumors that spiraled into panic. In many cases, they didn't run out of money, they ran out of confidence, and confidence, once lost, doesn't show up in a ledger. It disappears in a moment. In Mason County, people had trusted First Farmers Bank because it had always been there. Founded in 1894, survived the flu pandemic, lent during the First World War, paid out during harvests, posted Christmas wreaths on the door. But no one had noticed the cracks. The bank had made risky loans in the 1920s, hoping to grow alongside the town's booming agricultural exports. When prices fell, farmers defaulted. When farmers defaulted, the bank lost capital. It tried to recover by investing in distant ventures, real estate projects, stocks in regional transport companies. Then the crash came, and with it, reality. But the doors stayed open until the last moment. Now, with the sign flapping gently in the morning breeze, the town was learning a hard truth. Money that isn't in your hand can disappear before breakfast. A store owner named Ruth stared at the sign for a long time. She had deposited the entire week's earnings the night before, coins and small bills she'd counted carefully in the back office. It was supposed to go toward inventory, maybe a new coat for her youngest son. Now it was just numbers locked behind glass, and so in the coming days, the real story of the bank's failure began to unfold, not in the ledgers, but in the living rooms. The grocer's shelves thinned, the hardware store paused all orders, the mayor called an emergency meeting. A man was seen walking 5 miles to the nearest bank in the next county, only to find that it too had closed. But even more deeply, something began to shift inside people. A question, not spoken aloud but felt everywhere. If the institutions we build our lives around can vanish overnight, what are we supposed to believe in? The echoes of empty vault. The next day, the crowd was larger. Farmers in mud-caked boots, grandmothers in bonnets, young men in factory uniforms freshly pressed, but going nowhere. They gathered not with torches or fists, but with ledgers, with bank books clutched in hands, with the quiet, trembling urgency of people who had followed the rules and now had no idea what rules still applied. There was still no money, no withdrawals, no answers. Only the same typed notice, yellowed slightly at the corners by the sun. Inside the bank, Helen, the clerk, had been joined by 2 men from the state capital. Auditors. They wore fedoras and thin lips. They opened drawers, scribbled notes, counted coins that were no longer useful. One of them drank bitter coffee and muttered, "We've seen worse." But for Mason County, this was the worst. Because First Farmers Bank wasn't just a vault, it was a mirror of the town. Every savings account reflected a season of work. Every loan a leap of faith. Every deposit a vote of confidence in a shared future. And now that mirror had cracked. People began adjusting their routines with the weight of the unknown. The barber started keeping cash in a biscuit tin beneath the floorboards. The grocer made handwritten IOUs and traded food on trust. The church passed collection plates with envelopes full of nickels and apologies. Some tried to stay optimistic. They said the state would reimburse small accounts, that the money wasn't lost, just frozen, that everything would go back to normal in a few weeks. But each morning that the bank's doors remained closed, something chipped away at that hope. At the local school, the principal couldn't meet payroll. A janitor named Albert swept the hallways anyway, saying, "It's not the kids' fault." Miss Landry, the Latin teacher, started bringing boiled potatoes to share with the children who came to class hungry. At the feed store, Mr. Burke took down his no credit sign and replaced it with a chalkboard reading, "We'll figure it out." People bartered more now, eggs for flour, firewood for boots, a haircut in exchange for a sack of oats. In kitchens, parents spoke in hushed tones about starting over, about going north, about joining relatives in cities where there might still be work. But few had the means to leave. Their savings had been inside that building, their chances locked behind that glass, and across every conversation lay the same unspoken thought. We trusted too much. Trust. That was the real currency, the one that had disappeared without a sound. Some blamed the bankers, others blamed the government. A few whispered about sabotage or conspiracy, but most people didn't care about politics. They cared about rent, about groceries, about what to do when winter came and the coal delivery couldn't be paid for. And still, life went on. Children played in the yard next to the shuttered bank. A wedding was held in the church, despite the bride's veil being stitched from curtain lace. The postman still walked his route, though the stack of bills had grown heavier. And Helen, the bank clerk, was still there. She stayed long after the auditors left. She didn't know why exactly. Perhaps it was guilt, perhaps it was duty, or maybe she just couldn't bear to let the building sit empty. She began answering questions as best she could through the mail slot. No, we don't know when the accounts will reopen. No, I can't give you anything today. Yes, I remember your deposit. It's still in the books. One morning, she left a pot of coffee and a tin of sugar cookies on the steps. A note beside them read, "We are not gone. We are just waiting." The note didn't fix anything, but people talked about it because it meant someone still cared. And in times like that, care was a kind of resistance. And so the town endured, not with riots or revolts, but with adjustments. They stitched up the gaps. They watered down soup. They extended tabs. They offered rides. And they watched every morning for signs of movement behind the bank's windows. But still, the vault stayed shut. And the big question settled deeper with each passing day. If the money is gone, how do we measure the value of what's left behind? What the ledger couldn't count weeks past. The crowds outside First Farmers Bank grew smaller, not because the questions had been answered, but because people learned, slowly, painfully, that answers weren't coming. Some had heard of other banks reopening, government programs arriving, or towns where money was starting to move again. But in Mason County, the vault stayed shut, the sign faded, and the windows gathered dust. The silence became part of the scenery. People stopped checking every morning. The pain dulled into practicality. Mr. Burke ordered his feed by telegraph, paid cash on delivery. Ruth, the shopkeeper, started keeping all her earnings in a sewing box under her register. Her son, once destined for college, now helped run the store. The dreams had shifted, but they hadn't disappeared. Helen, the clerk who had stayed, finally locked the doors for the last time in the spring of 1931. The state's investigation had concluded insufficient liquidity, mismanaged assets, failure to meet reserve requirements. It sounded clinical on paper, cold, mechanical. But Helen didn't write those reports. She wrote letters. Over the winter, she had sent hundreds, some by hand, some by typewriter, all of them addressed personally. "Dear Mr. Martinez, I remember
you coming in with your son to open his first savings account. Dear Mrs. Crane, I am sorry about the tuition check that could not be cashed.
Dear Thomas, I know you were saving for a tractor. I hope you found another way." They weren't solutions, but they were something. In a world where even the government spoke in numbers, Helen spoke in names. When she walked out for the last time, the town didn't throw her a ceremony, but someone had left a bouquet of wildflowers on the steps, wrapped in newspaper. A note tucked inside read, "You stayed." And that meant something. In the years that followed, Mason County changed. Some families moved away, some businesses closed, but others adapted. A co-op opened in the old train depot. Farmers pooled their money, small amounts but hard-earned. Local credit, overseen by neighbors. No long contracts, just handshakes and ledgers, guarded like gold. The grocery store began offering bulk buy clubs, letting families stretch what little they had. School teachers accepted food instead of pay. And when someone needed help, the town no longer looked to the bank. They looked to each other. The old red brick building remained, empty, echoing, a reminder not just of what was lost, but of what had been believed in too blindly. People would pass it on their way to church or to market, and children would ask, what was that place? and the answers varied. That's where the money
Used to live. That's the building that stopped opening. Or sometimes, simply, that's where we all learned not to forget.
Because it wasn't the collapse of the bank that scarred the town, it was the collapse of certainty. But certainty was replaced with something better. Resilience, community, memory, and over time, as the Depression faded and the world turned again, the people of Mason County built new habits, stronger ones. They saved together. They grew together. They kept their promises small and their kindness large. And though the bank never reopened, it left behind a final lesson. One whispered in the quiet steps of the postman, in the click of a register at Ruth's store, in the ink of Helen's letters tucked into kitchen drawers. True wealth is not what you store in vaults. It's what you're willing to hold for each other when everything else disappears. Story 10, Hoovervilles, Cities of Scrap and Survival. Patchwork, city on the edge of town at the edge of nearly every major American city during the Great Depression. There was a place where the map grew vague. A place not marked by streetlights or sidewalks, but by smoke curling from oil drums and roofs made of flattened tin. These were the Hoovervilles, makeshift settlements born from the collapse of the American dream, stitched together from scrap, wood, tar paper, and desperation. And they were named not by accident. President Herbert Hoover, once seen as a titan of industry and competence, had become the unwilling symbol of national inaction. People blamed him for the economy's unraveling. So when the jobless and homeless built towns of their own, towns no government would acknowledge, they named them after the man they believed had abandoned them. Hoovervilles rose quickly, as if conjured by wind and need. Seattle had one. So did Chicago, St. Louis, and New York. Even smaller towns like Tulsa and Akron saw their own versions emerge. Rows of shanties nestled along rivers, beneath bridges, behind factories that no longer roared. Each Hooverville was different, but all were bound by the same truth. No one came here by choice. In the fall of 1931, a man named George, a former typesetter from Omaha, arrived in a Hooverville outside St. Louis with nothing but a blanket and a small suitcase. He had once owned a tidy home and whistled on his way to work. But when the newspaper folded, so did his world. His savings disappeared in a bank failure. His home was lost to foreclosure. His wife took the children to her sister's farm in Iowa. George stayed behind to find work, but there was no work to be found. Now he lived in a shack cobbled together from shipping crates and broken fence planks. The walls were stuffed with newspapers for insulation. The roof leaked when it rained. The floor was mud. And yet George called it home. Because home in those days was not about comfort. It was about continuity, about surviving until the next morning, and the morning after that. Around George were dozens, then hundreds, just like him. Men who had once been butchers, builders, clerks, porters, veterans of the Great War, fathers, brothers, all reduced to shadows of the jobs they'd once held, gathered now in this strange, unwanted city. But despite the poverty, order began to form. People organized themselves. One man oversaw sanitation, another rationed donated food. A makeshift barber hung a cracked mirror from a post and offered haircuts for half a sandwich. There were rules: no theft, no violence, no begging from neighbors, and there was solidarity. If someone's shack caught fire, everyone grabbed buckets. If someone fell sick, someone else shared a blanket. If a donation truck came, the strongest formed a line to ensure the frailest got their share. Church groups visited sometimes, handing out soup and wool socks. Local charities dropped off canned goods. Occasionally, a city official would come by, not to help, but to warn them not to grow any larger. To remind them they were not legal, not wanted, not part of the plan. But the Hoovervilles were growing anyway. In Seattle, one such encampment lasted nearly a decade. It had a mayor, a council, even a night watch. In New York, men built their huts in Central Park, cooking meals over campfires while children played nearby. In Pittsburgh, a row of shanties formed along the Monongahela River with signs that read, "Home Sweet Home," painted in whitewash on the doors. It was a cruel irony. The nation had once promised opportunity. Now it offered scraps, but from those scraps, people made something, if not of beauty, then of bravery. And George, like so many others, rose each day not with anger, but with quiet persistence. He swept the dirt floor of his shack. He checked bulletin boards for jobs. He shaved in cold water, wearing a shirt he'd washed by hand in the river. He folded his coat carefully each night so it might last another winter. Because what choice did he have? So the question that hovered in the smoke above every Hooverville was never, "Why are you here?" It was always, "How are you still standing?" A city without permission winter came quickly. In the shanty towns there was no insulation, no coal deliveries, no furnace hum. Only the dull ache of cold pressing through walls made from crates, cardboard, and flattened tin signs. Inside the Hoovervilles, people bundled newspapers beneath their clothes and wrapped rags around their feet. Entire families huddled under quilts stitched from whatever fabric they could find. And yet they stayed, because there was nowhere else to go. George, the typesetter from Omaha, had patched the roof of his shack with tar from an abandoned rail car. He lined the cracks in the walls with moss and straw, then covered them with newspaper headlines from better days. Markets break records. The American century begins. He read those headlines sometimes and shook his head. Nearby, a man named Sam ran the kitchen, a battered table where donated beans were soaked overnight and boiled in a dented pot each morning. There were no recipes, no spices, no plates, just tin cans cut into bowls and spoons carved from scrap wood. Each day, Sam served 50 men, then 70, then 100. No one complained about the taste. They only asked, "Is there enough?" Despite the hardship, life went on in Hooverville. Children, yes, there were children, played marbles in the dirt. A woman taught her daughter to read using discarded calendars and soup labels. A blind man carved walking sticks and gave them away for free. The community, such as it was, began to resemble something real, not because it was sanctioned, but because it was shared. There were challenges, of course. Fires broke out easily. Illness spread quickly. Rats found the piles of spoiled bread before people could. But worst of all were the sweeps. Police officers, sometimes alone, sometimes in groups, would arrive without warning. They would walk through with batons and clipboards declaring the camp a public health hazard. If the residents were lucky, they got a day's warning. If not, bulldozers rolled in while people were still inside their shacks. Shanties were torn down. Fires were stomped out. Belongings were tossed into ditches. Sometimes there were protests. Most times there was only the sound of breaking wood and the quiet packing of bags. But Hooverville always came back, because the city never made space for the people who lived there. The shelters were full. The jobs were gone. The promises had expired. And so from the edges of town, people rebuilt their little patch of the world with whatever dignity remained. And still the name Hooverville clung to the shanty towns like a scar. It was never meant as a joke. It was a message, a reminder. that these towns were the result of a system that had failed to care, that the policies of a government far away had direct, devastating consequences for people who once paid taxes, raised families, worked full-time jobs. George had once voted for Hoover. Now, when asked about it, he said only, "Never again." Even so, the people of Hooverville did not spend every moment in bitterness. On Sundays, someone brought out a guitar. On holidays, someone passed around a harmonica. Once, a former teacher started a school under a large oak, writing arithmetic on the dirt with a stick. They called her Miss Blackston, and she taught with the same grace she had used in a real classroom. No chalkboard, no bell, just presence. It wasn't much, but it was enough to remind them who they were before the bank closings, the foreclosures, the pink slips, because the worst part of poverty wasn't hunger. It was invisibility. To walk down a street and be avoided. To ask for work and be told, "You people have ruined everything." To stand in a camp named after a president and know no one in power would ever walk through it. And so, night after night, they made small fires and sat in the glow. Not to protest, not to wallow, but simply to remain, to speak each other's names, to offer a piece of bread, to say, "I'll watch your place while you look for work," because in a world that had locked its gates, they built their own city without permission, but not without purpose. So the question whispered through the frozen air, not just for them, but for the nation that forgot them. If a government cannot house the people, who will remember the ones who housed each other? Leaving without leaving. Behind? By the mid-1930s, Hoovervilles had become more than shanty towns. They were symbols, not just of poverty, but of endurance. Symbols of what America had become and of what its people were willing to do to keep going, even when the country seemed to forget them. George, the typesetter from Omaha, was still in his shack outside St. Louis. He had survived 3 winters there, each colder than the last. He patched holes, rebuilt after police raids, and watched as neighbors came and went, some in the middle of the night, some in the back of city trucks, and some quietly in pine boxes. But in 1935, something changed. Word began to spread. A new president in Washington, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and with him, a flurry of programs, the New Deal, offering jobs, housing, hope. People in Hooverville didn't cheer, not at first. Hope was something you rationed now, like beans or matches. But slowly, the signs became real. One morning, a man in a uniform came with a clipboard. He asked names, ages, skills. 2 weeks later, George was offered a job with the Works Progress Administration, clearing brush from roadside ditches and laying stone for county paths. It paid $15 a week.
Real wages, enough for bread, maybe even new boots by Christmas. He didn't move right away, not because he wanted to stay,
but because you don't leave your home behind lightly, even if that home is made of shipping crates and rusted tin. He packed slowly, helping his neighbor repair a wall before he left, giving away the extra blanket he had stitched from old shirts around the country. Hoovervilles began to shrink. Not because the crisis had ended, but because doors began to crack open again. New jobs, public housing, soup kitchens that became schools. The government finally was listening. And yet many of the camps never fully disappeared. In some places, Hoovervilles became permanent parts of the landscape, cleared only years later by city orders or slow decay. Even when the shacks vanished, the memories stayed, in photographs, in oral histories, in stories whispered to grandchildren. We used to sleep on straw, but we shared everything. Your uncle learned to read on a crate by firelight. That's where I met your grandmother. She was stirring soup in a can. They were not proud places, but they were human ones. And long after George left his Hooverville, he returned once to help rebuild a church roof on the edge of the site. He stood there, looking over what had once been streets made of mud, homes made of hope, and said softly, "We didn't break. They thought we would, but we didn't." Because that's what Hoovervilles were. Cities made from the wreckage of dreams, but not without dreaming again. They stood without blueprints, governed without laws, survived without budgets. And in doing so, they proved a truth that outlasted the Depression itself. Even when a nation forgets its people remember how to live. So if you ever pass a vacant lot, a patch of woods behind a rail line, or a field where fire once warmed hands in the dark, ask yourself, what stories were built here out of nothing but scrap, sorrow, and strength? Story 11 Forgotten Women of the Great Depression. Mothers, organizers, and fighters. The quiet backbone. History books often speak of breadlines filled with men, of Wall Street crashes and bank failures, of labor strikes led by steelworkers and coal miners. But in the shadow of every headline stood a woman, holding the line at home, raising children in silence, organizing neighbors in kitchens, and standing at the very front of survival without ever being seen as the face of it. The Great Depression was not gendered in its cruelty, but it often was in its expectations. In 1931, in a tenement on the edge of Cleveland, a woman named Martha Franklin rose before dawn. Her husband had been laid off from the textile mill months ago. He no longer left the house. The weight of unemployment had wrapped itself around his shoulders like a second winter. But Martha had mouths to feed, so she boiled water for oats, packed a piece of bread for each child, if there was bread, and tied her scarf tightly around her head. She walked across town to scrub floors in a hotel, often on her knees, for 35 cents a day. She returned home sore, smiling, and never said how tired she was. This was the quiet labor of millions of women in the 1930s. Their names rarely made print, but their work held families together, and not just in the home. As soup kitchens swelled and eviction notices spread like fire, women stepped into roles that blurred the line between domestic and revolutionary. In New York City, black women formed tenant alliances to protest unfair rent hikes and racial discrimination. In Chicago, mothers blocked the doors of stores to demand fair food prices. In Philadelphia, Polish immigrant women taught each other how to preserve vegetables, sew winter coats from flour sacks, and stretch one meal across a week. These weren't protests in the streets with banners. They were survival tactics, strategies, passed from hand to hand, whispered on front porches, etched into the daily rhythm of desperation. Even so, some women did take to the streets. In 1932, Emma Tenayuca, a 16-year-old Mexican-American girl in San Antonio, watched families go hungry while Pecan shelling companies made record profits. By 21, she led a strike of over 12,000 workers, most of them women. She stood before police lines and businessmen, demanding fair pay and humane hours. She didn't just organize, she inspired, but the backlash was fierce. She was called a radical. Still, she kept showing up. And then there were the mothers. Mothers like Clara, who lived in a one-room flat in rural Kansas. She boiled potatoes in rainwater when the utilities were shut off. She cut her own shoes apart to repair those of her son. She went without so that the children could have one extra spoonful. Every month, she wrote a letter to her sister in Missouri. She never asked for help. She only said, "We're managing." That word, managing, became the anthem of Depression era. Women managing to keep the house warm, managing to find a way to afford books for school, managing to keep everyone clean, fed, and clothed enough to preserve dignity. Because even when everything was falling apart, these women believed in order, not
out of naivety, but as a form of resistance.
If they could preserve a routine, a meal schedule, a bedtime story, then the Depression hadn't yet taken everything. And it wasn't just white women. Black, Latina, Native and Asian American women carried burdens even heavier, facing both economic devastation and institutional racism. In Detroit, black housekeepers worked 12-hour days and still lived in neighborhoods denied basic city services. In California, Japanese women taught their daughters to read by candlelight when their fathers lost farmland to discriminatory laws, and still they endured. They worked, they sewed, they wrote letters to Congress, they held neighbors together like thread. And so, the question at the heart of every meal cooked from scraps, every protest organized from a kitchen table, every lullaby sung in a room with no heat, was never holding up half the sky with empty hands. By 1933, the economic collapse had seeped into every corner of American life. And while many men stood in bread lines or searched endlessly for work, women were often the last line of defense between survival and despair. They became the budgeters, the barterers, the builders of the impossible. In neighborhoods across the country, kitchens became command centers. A woman named Elsie in Minneapolis began organizing food swaps among the women on her block. She had flour, but no butter. Her neighbor had beans, but no salt. Another had chickens that laid 5 eggs a week. No money ever changed hands, just trust, patience, and scraps turned into something warm on the table. These were not charity cases, these were economic systems quietly invented by women who refused to surrender. In the Appalachian Mountains, women grew herbs and shared home remedies when doctors became too expensive to visit. In Harlem, laundresses pooled their coins to send one girl to school so that maybe one of them could rise. In Oklahoma, where the dust came through the windows no matter how tightly they were shut, mothers dampened sheets and tacked them over, cribs so babies could breathe. And still, they battled invisibility. Government programs like the Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, focused on men. Relief jobs, road crews, construction, all male-dominated fields. Even the New Deal, while groundbreaking in scope, often left women on the sidelines. But women didn't wait to be invited. They started their own programs, their own clubs, their own networks of care. The National Council of Negro Women, founded in 1935 by Mary McLeod Bethune, rallied to ensure that black women had a voice in relief efforts. They didn't ask for permission, they insisted on presence. Meanwhile, in West Virginia, miners' wives organized spontaneous kitchens during
coal strikes. They fed hundreds with what little they had. They stood between their husbands and the company guards.
When arrests came, it was the women who marched to the jailhouse steps with bread in hand, feeding whoever was inside. Their leadership was quiet, but radical. And sometimes it wasn't quiet at all. Mother Bloor, a fiery labor activist in her 70s, organized protests across Pennsylvania and Ohio. She led picket lines and addressed crowds with the force of someone who had nothing left to fear. Her bones were thin, her voice raspy, but her fire was undeniable. Even in the most broken places, women created order. In Hoovervilles, women hung curtains in shacks built from crates. They swept dirt floors each morning and washed with cold water, not for comfort, but for dignity. In Chicago's South Side, the wives of laid-off rail workers started a job club where they passed around leads, typed resumes, and offered child care while others searched. They may not have made policy, but they made plans. They didn't control Wall Street, but they controlled what happened after it fell. In diary entries and letters from the era, the same themes reappear. We got by. We kept the children fed. We didn't ask for much. That's not humility, it's heroism disguised as practicality. Because when the world crumbled, it wasn't loud voices that held it together. It was the soft ones that kept singing anyway. That made school lunches from cabbage and prayer. That reused threadbare socks. That remembered birthdays when there were no candles and funerals when there was no money for black. And in the quietest corners of those homes, there were notebooks, not of poetry, not of dreams, but of numbers. Tiny ledgers that tracked every cent, every borrowed egg, every returned favor, every miracle made from nothing. These women may not have spoken of revolution, but they lived it every day. They turned scarcity into strategy, and in doing so, they taught the next generation what resilience truly meant. So the real question is not how they endured, it's how many generations they carried on their backs without anyone noticing. The legacy in their hands. By the late 1930s, as the New Deal programs took fuller shape and America inched toward a slow, uneasy recovery, much of the public focus remained fixed on politicians, labor leaders, and industrial tycoons. But behind every public figure stood a woman with a spoon in one hand and a plan in the other. Martha Franklin, the hotel floor scrubber from Cleveland, had by then become the head of her neighborhood's food co-op. She organized deliveries, negotiated prices, and ensured that every family, regardless of race or status, received something. She never called herself a leader, but everyone came to her door first when trouble came. In Birmingham, Alabama, a woman named Luella, who had learned to read by oil lamp and raised 7 children on biscuits and determination, began teaching night classes in a church basement. Not because she had a degree, but because she knew how to help people move forward. All across the country, women were building systems no one had taught them to build because no one had offered to do it for them. In Boston, Jewish seamstresses repaired uniforms for WPA workers free of charge. In San Antonio, Mexican-American mothers taught each other how to read the new government forms. In Los Angeles, Japanese and Filipino immigrant women formed childcare circles so that each could work at least 1 or 2 days a week in the fields. None of these acts made the papers, but they made survival possible. The end of the Great Depression didn't come with a single event. It faded slowly as the build-up to World War II sparked a wave of industrial demand.
Men were hired, factories reopened, paychecks returned, and yet many of the women who had held families, blocks, and entire communities together were quietly asked to step aside again. Go home, let the men take over, step back, you've done enough. But
they never really stopped. They continued to vote, increasingly and strategically. They ran for school boards and city councils. They passed along the lessons of how to stretch a dollar, how to read a contract, how to demand dignity. Their daughters and granddaughters remembered watching them balance babies on hips while reading. Job bulletins remembered the way they cut coupons with hands that had once been blistered from scrubbing floors, remembered the look in their eyes when they said, "We'll find a way." Because that's what these women gave us, not just survival, but the blueprint for strength. We remember Eleanor Roosevelt for her activism, Frances Perkins for becoming the first woman in a US president's cabinet, Mary McLeod Bethune for shaping policy and education. But for every name history saved, there were 1,000 more forgotten. Women who never spoke at podiums but gave speeches every night in the form of bedtime stories, whispered reassurance or determined silence as they counted the last of the sugar. Their legacy is not a monument. It's a meal made from scraps, a child sent to school in patched clothes, A neighbor helped with no expectation of return. And in every town across America there's a memory, perhaps even a piece of furniture or a recipe or a habit, traced back to a woman who made it through the hardest time this country had ever seen. So let us remember, they didn't just survive the Great Depression. They mothered the country through it. And the question that still echoes through every pantry door, every worn dollar, every act of ordinary courage is this: how many lives were held together by women whose names we will never know, but whose work made sure we could go on living ours? Story 12. The dust came for everything. Life. Inside the dust bowl, when the sky turned brown, at first it seemed like a season. The wind had always blown across the plains. That was nothing new, but in 1932 the wind carried something different. It came not with whispers, but with weight. It swept in with dust, fine, dry, relentless, sifting through every crack in the floorboards, every seam of every coat, every space between two words spoken on a quiet porch. In a small town outside Boise City, Oklahoma, a boy named Caleb stood at the screen door and watched as the sky changed color. Not blue, not gray, but brown. He was 9 years old the first time the dust blotted out the sun. One moment he could see across the field to the windmill. The next it vanished as if the land itself had swallowed it. The chickens fled their coop. The dog whined at the door. His mother, Annie, called out his name just once, and he ran inside. That afternoon, they sat in the kitchen with wet cloths over their mouths. The light disappeared. It wasn't a storm in the usual sense. No rain, no thunder. Just a rolling wall of dirt, hundreds of feet high, moving like a wave that never crashed. It wrapped itself around houses, cars, silos, and hope. And when it passed, it left everything coated in a thick layer of earth. That night, they didn't
Eat. Not because there wasn't food, but because the flour was full of grit.
The butter had turned brown. Even the water tasted like the ground. This was the beginning of the Dust Bowl. It would stretch from 1932 to 1939 and beyond, swallowing parts of Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, Colorado, and New Mexico. It would turn farmland into wasteland, towns into ghost towns, families into wanderers. But before it became history, it became daily life. Every morning, Annie would sweep the porch, even though she knew the dust would return by nightfall. She taped the windows shut with rags soaked in vinegar. She sewed new shirts for Caleb from old feed sacks. She kept a jar of clean water sealed with wax beneath the floorboards, just in case. And still the wind blew. It stripped the fields bare. Wheat crops failed, cattle choked and died with lungs full of dirt. Farmers watched their life's work lift into the sky and disappear. Banks came calling, foreclosures mounted, and across the plains silence became the soundtrack of despair. But silence, like dust, settles in layers. One afternoon, Caleb followed his father into the barn. He watched as the man poured a small bag of seed into his hands, hesitated, and then poured it back into the sack. "What are you doing?" Caleb asked. His father didn't answer right away. Then he said, "If I plant it, the wind will take it. If I save it, we might have a second chance." There were no right choices, only calculations between hope and waste. Churches held prayer meetings. Some spoke of plagues, of punishments, of curses from the sky, but others, like Annie, just kept boiling water and baking when she could, listening to the radio static and keeping her hands busy. The dust came for everything. It ruined crops. It collapsed lungs. It filled the drawers where family heirlooms once lay. It turned the air thick and the future thin. But families like Caleb's didn't leave, not yet. Not because they couldn't see what was happening, but because they had never been taught how to quit. "This is our land," Annie would say as she dusted the windowsill again. "We just have to wait for the wind to remember us kindly." Outside, the fields were already empty. The trees stood stripped and bowed, but still, meals were cooked, letters were written, birthdays were remembered with dry cake and cracked smiles, and at night Caleb would sleep in a bed that smelled faintly of soil beneath a roof that rattled like an old man's breath, because what choice was there? So as the wind howled through the great plains, stealing the color from the world, one question rose in the silence left behind. What happens when the earth itself turns against the hands that once fed it? Breathing through the storm by 1934, the Begdi, dust had a schedule. It came with the morning wind or fell with the dusk. Some days it moved in slow, steady waves like mist, but thicker, drier. Other days it roared in black clouds hundreds of feet high, devouring the sun and swallowing entire counties in minutes. They called those days black blizzards. Caleb had learned to recognize them from a distance, how the wind changed pitch, how the air grew tight and still. His mother would rush to wet towels and shove them under the door. His father would herd the livestock into the barn, knowing some wouldn't make it through the night. And then they would wait. Inside the house, the world shrank, the lamps were dimmed, the windows sealed. They would sit at the table with damp rags pressed to their faces, breathing through cloth like soldiers in a war they didn't volunteer for. Outside, the sound was deafening, a howling scrape like sandpaper against the sky. Fences were buried, crops flattened, the chickens stopped laying, and then the coughing would start. They called it dust pneumonia. The fine, dry particles of pulverized soil, so light they stayed airborne for days, would settle in the lungs. Children were most vulnerable. Elderly, too. In town, the doctor handed out gauze masks and handkerchiefs, but supplies ran out quickly. Hospitals filled with wheezing patients who had once been healthy farmers. Annie's cousin, June, lost a baby that spring. No fever, no warning, just a cough that grew quieter until it stopped. They buried him in a box lined with flannel beneath a cottonwood stripped bare by the wind. "We used to grow wheat taller than that tree," Annie whispered. "Now all we grow is sorrow." In the towns, storefronts closed one by one. The general store limited credit. The barber offered haircuts for potatoes. The schools tried to stay open, but on dust days, teachers couldn't see the blackboard. Still, people resisted leaving, some out of pride. Others because there was no money for gas. A few because they remembered the good years and clung to the belief they'd return. They wrote to the government. They prayed at town halls. They listened to the radio where President Roosevelt spoke of relief and aid and recovery. Relief came slowly. Government agents arrived with programs, the Soil Conservation Service, the Resettlement Administration. They taught new farming methods, contour ploughing, crop rotation, planting grass to hold the soil. But for many, it was too late. The topsoil had already blown away. Still, Annie tried. She planted beans behind the barn where the wind was weakest. She lined the chicken coop with burlap sacks soaked in water. She bartered sewing repairs for sacks of cornmeal, and every morning she shook the dust from Caleb's pillow and told him to wash his hands. "You mustn't carry the dust to your
mouth," she'd say, but the dust was everywhere.
In their hair, in their ears, between their teeth. At night, the family spoke in whispers of leaving California, Oregon. Out west, they called it, like a mythical land. Rumors floated of work in the orange groves, of clean air and flowing water. But getting there was a gamble. What if there was nothing on the other end? For now, they stayed, and the wind stayed too. Every surface became a canvas of silt. Every breath an act of will. And still every morning someone in town would open the door and sweep the porch, not because it made a difference, but because it said, "We are still here." So the question remained, blowing in the same wind that choked the skies. How long can people fight the earth itself before they are forced to surrender? If not their land, then their hope. The last crop was courage. By 1936, the dust no longer shocked anyone. It had become a member of the household, an unwanted guest who refused to leave. People stopped wondering if a storm would come and began asking how bad it would be. The soil, once dark and rich, had turned to ash. It no longer clung to seeds. It no longer promised anything. Caleb, now 12, no longer played outside. He had grown quieter, his eyes more watchful. His lungs wheezed at night, and Annie tucked extra cloth around his face when he slept. They had stayed longer than most. Then, many families had packed what little they had, strapping mattresses to rusted Fords, filling coffee tins with coins, and setting out for California, Oregon, anywhere but here. The newspapers called them Okies, regardless of where they came from. Often used as an insult, the name came to define a generation of migrants who weren't seeking riches, just air they could breathe and land that stayed put. For the families that stayed, survival had narrowed to its purest form. They ate what they could grow behind windbreaks. They dug ditches to catch what little rain fell. They wore bandanas and burned cow dung to cook bread. But it wasn't just physical exhaustion, it was spiritual erosion. At night, Annie sat at the table with her Bible open but unread. She'd stare at the pages and think of all the verses that promised rain, rescue, abundance, and she'd wonder, were those promises meant for other people? Her husband, once a proud farmer, barely spoke anymore. The land had been his identity. Losing it felt like losing the language of his own life. He still woke at dawn, still walked the fence line, still checked the soil between his fingers, though it was always dry, and yet something held them. Something beyond the worn-out homestead or the distant memories of green fields. It was a kind of defiance, passed through chores, through small routines, through the refusal to forget who they were. One evening, after a week of storms, Caleb found a single green shoot rising from the ground behind the barn. A stubborn little bean sprout. He shouted for his mother, and Annie came running. They knelt beside it as if it were sacred, not because it would feed them, but because it was alive. The next day, they packed, not because they had given up, but because they had given everything they could to that place. The earth had taken their crops, their breath, their years, but not their will. They tied mattresses to the truck, loaded quilts, took only what was necessary. And as they pulled away, Annie looked out the window at the porch she had swept for a decade, knowing she'd never see it again. But that little green sprout stayed behind, its roots gripping the parched soil, leaves fluttering in the wind like a small flag. Across the plains, thousands more made the same journey. They drove west with dust still caked into their clothes and silence tucked into their luggage. They were not defeated, only transplanted, and as the years passed, the land healed slowly. The government introduced conservation farming. Trees were planted as windbreaks. Crops rotated. Soil restored. The Dust Bowl did not end with a storm, but with understanding, with the realization that nature cannot be rushed or bent to profit. That soil is a gift, not a guarantee. And the people who had lived through it, who had watched the sky fall and still stood up to plant again, became storytellers, their memories lining the corners of new homes in new towns. Their children would ask, "What was it like?" And they would say, "It came for everything, but it didn't take everything. We still had each other, and we still had hands strong enough to begin again." So let the final wind blow gently now and carry this truth. The last crop wasn't wheat or corn, it was courage, and it grew in every house that chose to stay until the dust settled. Story 13, Letters That Were Never Sent, Personal Loss During the Great Depression, Words That Stayed in Drawers, in a dresser drawer in a small home in western Nebraska, wrapped in yellowed ribbon and tucked beneath a stack of handkerchiefs sat a bundle of letters never mailed. They were addressed to people who had vanished, to brothers who had gone west looking for work, to husbands who had left in silence, to daughters
Married off young, to sons buried in the earth or
swallowed by the wind, and all of them were written by Margaret Wills, a schoolteacher, widow, and mother of two who never stopped writing, even when the world stopped answering. She had once taught literature in a red brick schoolhouse with big windows and chalkboards scrubbed clean each afternoon. But after the crash, the school closed, the windows cracked, the children left with their families, scattering to cities and states where there might still be food and wages and work. Margaret stayed behind. She turned the schoolhouse into a home, sleeping in the corner where her desk used to be. She kept the flag hanging. She boiled water on a wood stove. She taught her own children, Anna and Thomas, lessons by candlelight using the same worn textbooks she once passed out row by row. But the world outside grew quieter. Neighbors moved away. The post office stopped delivering daily. The shop on Main Street was boarded up. The church held its last service in early 1932, and Margaret, who had once sent a dozen letters a month, began writing to people who might never read them. Still, she wrote one letter to her sister in Tulsa who had moved and left no forwarding address. "We are keeping warm. Anna sings in the morning, and Thomas still reads aloud when I ask. I hope your garden grows strong." One letter to her husband, who had gone looking for work 2 years earlier and never returned. "The children miss you every night. I told Thomas you'd be back before winter. He asked how I knew. I said because he's your father." That seemed to be enough for both of us. One letter to herself. "I still believe in seasons. That winter does not last forever. That the ground remembers how to grow." The letters were never mailed. Some lacked addresses. Others lacked stamps, but they gave her something to hold on to, a sense of connection, of memory. Because in the quietness of the Depression, loss didn't always arrive loudly. It crept in through absence. In the chair that stayed empty at dinner. In the shoes by the door that no longer fit anyone. In the mailbox that opened each morning only to close again, untouched. And yet Margaret wasn't the only one writing. All across the country, people put pen to paper as a way to speak to those they'd lost, through death, through distance, through time. In Kansas, a boy wrote letters to his father who had died of dust pneumonia. He buried them beneath the sycamore tree. In New York, an elderly man kept a notebook of daily entries addressed to his brother, last seen in a breadline in Baltimore. In Montana, a young woman wrote love letters to a man who had vanished after losing his job. Letters she sealed and stacked inside a shoebox marked, "Maybe." These were not letters for the post. They were letters for the soul. They were the echoes of voices once heard every day. A way of saying, "I remember you. I still need you. I am still here." So as the dust settled and the ink dried, these quiet correspondences became a kind of resistance against forgetting, against loneliness, against the cold silence of a broken world. And the question they leave us with is not about whether they were ever read. The question is, when everything else is taken, do our words still reach the ones we love, even if they never leave the drawer? The Weight. Between the Lines, by 1935, Margaret Wills had written over 100 letters. They sat in bundles beside the foot of her bed, some wrapped in string, others pressed flat beneath worn quilts. She no longer kept track of how many, just of the silences they answered. She wrote by candlelight when the oil lamp ran low. She used the margins of old school books when paper became scarce. Her handwriting had changed too, smaller, more deliberate, as if each word had to earn its place. And though none were mailed, she still folded them carefully, as if they might one day travel. Outside the old schoolhouse, the town had all but disappeared. The train no longer stopped. The store had become a shell. Only the wind remained constant, scraping against window panes like a reminder. It carried the scent of soil and sorrow, and sometimes, if she listened hard enough, the sound of things unsaid. She began writing to people who had never existed. The mother she barely remembered. "I wonder what lullabies you sang. I hum songs I never learned and pretend they were yours." To the stranger who might find her letters long after she was gone. "This was a good town once. We had dances. The lilacs used to bloom in spring. Please remember that." To her future self, 10 years ahead. "Did we make it? Is Anna grown? Did Thomas keep his books? Please say yes." But the weight of her words grew heavier. Each letter became a thread pulled from the fabric of memory. With each one, she relived something: a birthday without cake, a winter without coal, a name never spoken aloud again. And yet, she could not stop, because the letters were more than a record. They were a ritual, a way of keeping time, a way of preserving love when the people were gone and the photos had faded. Her children began writing too. Anna wrote short notes and tucked them beneath her pillow. "Dear Papa, I'm still singing. Mama cried when I sang last night, but she smiled after." Thomas, too young for letters at first, began drawing instead. Pictures of the schoolhouse, of the tree out front, of a family, always with 4 figures, even if only 3 were home. In homes across the country, this quiet practice repeated. Letters written to the sea by widows in Maine. Notes scribbled into Bibles by mothers in Arkansas. Postcards addressed to fathers who left and never returned. Entire journals kept by women who no longer had anyone to talk to, but refused to stop speaking. It was not just about grief. It was about identity. Writing reminded them who they were. It gave shape to the days, structure to the pain, hope that the words might outlive the silence. Some letters were never opened, others were read every night by candlelight. Some were found decades later in attics, trunks and hollow walls, proof that even in the loneliest years, people reached out. Because when the world collapsed, not everyone shouted. Some whispered, and those whispers, inked gently on worn paper, said everything that history often forgets. I still care. I still remember. You were loved. You were never really gone. So as Margaret folded another letter and slid it into the drawer, she didn't think about the mailbox. She thought about her children, her memories, and the stories that deserved to be held somewhere. And so she wrote again, because some truths are too heavy to carry inside, and that
leads us to wonder, is it possible that the words we never send are the ones that hold us together the most?
Paper bridges across empty years. By the end of the decade, Margaret Wills had written hundreds of letters, most never intended for delivery, and none ever stamped. They were folded into drawers, tucked into cookbooks, hidden inside the hollow base of an old desk and pressed flat between sheets in a trunk at the foot of her bed. She had written through the darkest years, through winters without coal, summers without crops, holidays with no reply. And yet her voice had never faltered. She wrote even when her hands ached, even when her children were too tired to eat, even when the ink ran dry and she had to use the scorched end of a matchstick to scrawl one final line, because writing had become a kind of survival, a bridge between what had been lost and what still remained. Her letters held the shape of grief, yes, but also of resistance, of memory, of love that refused to vanish just because the world around it had. In 1939, the rains returned, not all at once, but enough to quiet the dust, enough to soften the air and loosen the soil. The land began to breathe again, crops took hesitant root. The wind still came, but less like a roar and more like a whisper, and slowly life returned. Margaret never left the old schoolhouse. She reopened one of the rooms and began teaching again. Just a few children at first, the children of those who had returned from California or Chicago, or simply never found anywhere better to go. Anna was 15 now. Her voice had deepened and steadied. She sang again at church, leading hymns with the same clear tone that once kept a grieving house from falling silent. Thomas had grown into his father's hands, strong, quiet, careful, with books and nails alike. One day, Thomas asked her, "Mama, why did you keep writing to people who never wrote back?" Margaret smiled. She walked to the old trunk, opened it, and showed him the bundles, neat, yellowed, careful. Then she said, "Because they mattered. And I wasn't going to let the world forget." She didn't need them to answer. She only needed to remember that they had been here, that love had been real, that absence didn't erase existence. Years later, after Margaret passed, Anna and Thomas found dozens more letters hidden in books and drawers. Some were addressed to friends,
long dead, some to children unborn. One was addressed simply, "To anyone who finds this, we survived."
That note was placed in a local archive where it sits to this day, faded, quiet, but undeniable. Because even though Margaret's letters never travelled across states or seas, they crossed a different kind of distance, the distance between isolation and connection, between silence and acknowledgement. And across the country, her story was not unique. So many others had written letters that were never sent. They'd built invisible bridges across time, across grief, across the vast, aching unknown
of the Great Depression.
In tenement drawers and farmstead trunks, they left behind proof that people had not only endured, but felt, loved, and remembered deeply, even when the world gave them no reason to. So if you ever come across a bundle of old papers, tied in ribbon or wrapped in cloth, pause, read the names, trace the handwriting, feel the weight between the lines. Because those letters, though never mailed, were never lost. And they ask us now as they did then, when everything fades, will you still remember the ones who wrote their hearts down just to keep from disappearing? Story 14. The Orphan Trains. Children. Between worlds' departures. Without goodbyes, it began with a whistle. Not a shout, not a cry, but the long, low moan of a train pulling into the station, carrying dozens of children who had no homes and no one waiting on the platform. From 1854 to 1929, over 200,000 children rode what would become known as the orphan trains. Though it started before the Great Depression, the practice extended into its harshest years when poverty blanketed cities and parents made impossible decisions. By the early 1930s, the trains still ran, though quieter, more discreet, because now almost everyone was hurting, and the idea of sending a child away became both more common and more unspeakable. In 1933, a boy named Eli, aged 10, boarded the train in New York City with a suitcase made from cardboard and twine. Inside, one change of clothes, a penny, and a picture of his mother torn from the corner of a family portrait. She had kissed him on the forehead and said, "This is the best I can do." And then she was gone. Eli didn't cry. He sat by the window and watched the buildings dissolve into countryside. He didn't understand where he was going, only that the train was full of children like him. Some orphans in name, others in circumstance. Some had no parents, others had parents who had fallen too far into poverty to keep them. The trains weren't just about abandonment, they were about hope disguised as departure. The Children's Aid Society and other charitable organizations believed they were offering opportunity. The children would be sent west to farming communities where families might take them in. They were lined up at stations, sometimes cleaned up and dressed in donated clothes, and then presented like catalogue items. Strong back, good for chores. Quiet girl, knows her letters. 7 years old, willing to work. It was a system shaped by desperation, not cruelty necessarily, but need. A collision of broken homes and broken dreams. Eli's train moved across Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana. In each town, some children stayed behind, chosen like tools for someone's barn or kitchen. At one stop, a girl named Sarah, no older than 7, was taken by a couple who promised to raise her like their own. She waved from the back of a horse-drawn cart. Eli never saw her again. By the time the train reached Missouri, only 12 children remained. Eli sat with his picture folded in his lap. He never showed it to anyone. It was his proof that he came from somewhere, that someone once called him son. At the next stop, a man with large hands and kind eyes pointed at him. "This one," he said to the agent, "looks like he can help on the farm." And just like that, Eli's journey ended, not in a courtroom, not with paperwork, just a nod, a handshake, and a name on a list. He was taken to a small house at the edge of a wheat field. The couple had no children of their own. They offered him a bed in the attic, a set of boots 2 sizes too big, and a single rule: work hard. Be honest. You'll always have a place. It wasn't cruel. But it wasn't home. Eli lay awake that first night, listening to the wind through the cracks in the boards, wondering where the other children had gone. Whether they were being fed, whether they were safe. He clutched the photo and asked a question, out loud, to no one. Is this what it means to be chosen? Chosen But not quite belonging, Eli woke before sunrise each morning. The wheat farm hummed with a quiet rhythm, roosters calling out against the soft groan of wind through the fields. His new parents, Mr. and Mrs. Halbrook, were not unkind, but they were distant. Mr. Halbrook taught him how to hitch the mule, how to handle feed without waste, how to patch a fence so tight even wind wouldn't slip through. Mrs. Halbrook showed him how to boil coffee, how to scrub floors, how to mend socks with thread so tight you couldn't see the tear. They never asked about his past. He never spoke of it. In their eyes, Eli was useful, and in the eyes of many townsfolk, he was lucky. But luck is a slippery word when you're 10 years old and no one calls you by your full name. He was boy, or helper, or sometimes just hey. On Sundays he sat in the back pew of the small country church. Other children whispered about him, the orphan who came off the train. Some asked questions. Where's your real family? Did your parents die or just leave you? Eli never
answered. He held on to silence the way some boys held on to slingshots or knives. He kept the photo of his mother hidden beneath a loose board in the attic, beside the 2 books he had brought from the train.
One was a Bible, the other was a school reader with torn pages the kind teachers once gave away. He read both, not for faith or knowledge, but for reminders that stories had beginnings and middles and sometimes even endings. That people left and came back. That maybe, somewhere, someone was still writing about him. But not all children on the orphan trains fared so quietly. Some were taken in by warm homes, given new names, new birthdays, new identities. They became beloved sons and daughters, their pasts folded gently into the corners of family albums. Others were treated as labor. On farms and in households, children scrubbed floors, milked cows, raised younger children not their own. A few ran away. Others were sent back, unsuitable, troubled, too weak for farm work. Like parcels returned to sender with no address, the system was overwhelmed. Oversight was minimal. Children were placed in homes and often left to vanish into someone else's life. One girl, Lottie, whom Eli had sat beside on the first day of the journey, was placed with a family in Iowa. She later wrote to a caseworker, her letter never answered. They feed me and I thank them, but I feel like a borrowed spoon, used, then placed back in a drawer that's not mine. Eli, too, understood that feeling. The Halbrooks weren't cruel. They gave him blankets in winter, shared their biscuits in the morning, and let him rest.
On Sundays. But there were no stories at bedtime, no birthday candles, no one asked about the photo beneath the floor. And so Eli grew up between names. Not quite Halbrook. No longer whatever he'd been before, he worked hard, never missed a chore.
Learned to read the skies for rain and the animals for sickness. And over time, the lines in his hands grew deeper than the ones on Mr. Halbrook's. But still, on quiet nights, he pulled out the photo and whispered to it like a prayer. Did you think of me? Was I worth remembering? Will I ever belong anywhere?
Again, because the truth of the orphan trains wasn't just about children moving from east to west. It was about children suspended between worlds, wanted but not embraced,
placed but not always welcomed. So the question that remained, as Eli grew into adolescence in the attic above a wheat field, wasn't whether he had been rescued. It was, can a life built on someone else's decision ever feel like it's truly your own? A name to call his own. By the time Eli turned 16, no one remembered he had come on a train. The townsfolk now knew him as that quiet Halbrook boy. He worked the fields, loaded hay, and stood beside Mr. Halbrook at feed auctions. His shoulders had grown broad, his hands strong. He rarely spoke of his past, not because he had forgotten, but because no one ever asked. But sometimes, late at night, after supper, dishes were scrubbed and the house was silent. He would lie, awake in the attic, listening to the creaks in the roof and the wind in the grass, holding the photo of his mother beneath the flickering light of a kerosene lamp. The edges were soft now, the ink fading. The picture had become a whisper of a memory, like a voice carried on the wind from far away. One evening, while helping Mrs. Halbrook clean out the barn loft, Eli found an old tin box of letters. Most were yellowed and unopened, marked "Return to Sender." Some were postmarked as far back as 1927. He lifted one envelope and inside was a letter, written in an unsteady hand. It read, "To my son, Eli, if you ever find this, know that I tried. I wrote the orphan home in hopes they could tell me where you were. No one replied. I pray you're safe, that you're not cold, that someone says your name kindly, at least once a day." Eli didn't cry. He folded the letter slowly, reverently, and placed it beside the photograph. That night, something shifted. For years he had lived in between the life he was born into and the one chosen for him, between memory and survival. But now he held proof. He had not been forgotten. He had been loved, quietly, desperately, across miles of silence. It didn't erase the years of isolation, but it gave them meaning. That spring, Eli finished his schooling in the town's one-room schoolhouse. He passed with high marks and a mind shaped by books, soil, and solitude. Mr. Halbrook offered him land, a few acres at the edge of the property. "You've earned your place here," he said simply. And for the first time, Eli believed it. He built a small cabin, planted wheat, raised chickens. He stitched his mother's photograph into the back cover of his journal, and at the top of the first page wrote, "My name is Eli Wills. I am not a shadow of a train ride. I am my own beginning." Elsewhere, other orphan train children wrote similar lines into the world. Some became teachers, some farmers, some drifted forever. But all of them carried within them the truth that placement is not the same as belonging, and being chosen is not the same as being loved. Still, love found its way. In letters hidden in barns, in names spoken at last, in lives built slowly, stubbornly, with calloused hands and quiet strength. The orphan trains stopped running in 1929, but their legacy lingered in those who rode them, in their questions, their silence, and the bridges they built between the past and the future. So if you ever walk through a field and see a boy standing still in the wind, looking west with eyes both young and old, ask yourself, what did he leave behind and what did he become in the space between who he was and who he chose to be? Story: 15 men who built nothing, unfinished projects of the public works. Era blueprints in the dust in the fall of 1935. A crew of 12 men arrived at the edge of a dry riverbed in eastern Arizona. They carried shovels, survey stakes, and canvas rolls filled with blueprints stamped by the Works Progress Administration. A sign nearby read, "Future site of Granite Creek Bridge, WPA project 04217, but the bridge was never built." Like hundreds of other projects across the country, parks, roads, libraries, irrigation canals, it began with promise and ended with silence. Not because of failure or sabotage, but because of something quieter, Delays in funding, shifts in policy, miscommunications between Washington and the counties it tried to help. And so, the men spent 3 weeks preparing land that would never carry a road. Their names were never recorded. But among them was a man named Frank Delaney, age 47, who had once been a foreman in a steel plant outside Pittsburgh. He wore a flat cap that had belonged to his father and carried a pencil stub behind his ear at all times. Though the WPA had labeled him a laborer, he kept his own notebook, drawing sketches of the beams and abutments they were meant to build, imagining the bridge that would never rise. Every morning, the men lined up to receive their assignments. They dug trenches. They measured rebar. They poured concrete footings that dried and cracked in the sun, never to be connected to anything. At the end of the day, they signed their names on a timesheet and received 50 cents, enough for bread, beans, and tobacco. They didn't complain, because in those days, work, even meaningless work, was a blessing. The Public Works Administration and its younger sibling, the WPA, had been Roosevelt's answer to the massive unemployment of the Depression. Across America, men were hired to build anything, roads that led nowhere, walls that bordered fields long abandoned, bandstands, lighthouses, amphitheaters, drainage ditches. To be handed a shovel was to be handed back purpose. But for Frank and his crew, purpose came without permanence. After 21 days on site, the federal funding was delayed, then frozen, then redirected. The foreman, sent by the regional office in Flagstaff, arrived one morning in a dusty car and told them all to pack up. "There's no more hours for this project," he said. "Report to the next job if you want to keep working." And just like that, they left. The trenches were filled in by wind and weeds. The concrete cracked. The blueprint, once tacked to a tree stump, fluttered off into the creek bed and was never recovered. But something lingered in that empty space. Because even though no bridge ever stood, the work had happened. The hands had blistered. The backs had bent. The sweat had soaked through shirts that would never be remembered. And across the country, hundreds of these unfinished efforts dotted the landscape like questions. A road ending at a hillside, a schoolhouse with no windows, a dam that never held water. Men who had built cathedrals of labor and then walked away, leaving behind the ghost of what might have been. So when Frank boarded the train to the next job site in New Mexico, he looked back one last time at the spot where the bridge was supposed to stand. He didn't curse. He didn't sigh. He simply adjusted the pencil behind his ear and scribbled something in his notebook, worked 21 days, dug deep, built nothing, still mattered. Because the value wasn't always in the thing itself. Sometimes it was in the act. The proof that someone had showed up, laid down plans, believed in something, even briefly. And that leads us to ask, what is the worth of a bridge never built if the labor itself kept a man from falling apart? Tools without triumph. Frank Delaney's next assignment brought him to a valley near Espanola, New Mexico, where the WPA had proposed a reservoir to help irrigate farmland. There was a plan, there were maps, there were promises, but the dam was never finished. The men arrived with picks and shovels. They were assigned tasks by a young foreman in clean boots, barely 22, reading from a clipboard as if the paper were more real than the land itself. Frank didn't ask questions. He just worked. He cleared brush. He moved boulders. He watched dust rise and settle in the same spot day after day. There was no water nearby. The river had dried up 2 years earlier. The farmers had already sold off their cattle, but still, the WPA plan had arrived, declaring this the future site of irrigation project number 904B, so the men came. Because men needed work more than they needed logic. The tools were blunt, the gloves were borrowed, Lunches were eaten cold under sparse shade. Most men said little. A few told jokes in the morning, but fell silent by noon. Frank sketched in his notebook again, not of the dam but of the men, their faces lined by sun and silence, their hands too calloused to fold comfortably, their eyes looking past the horizon as if scanning for something they once knew but couldn't name. One man, Leo, had been a stonecutter in Chicago. Another, James, once managed a team of electricians. Now they were hauling rocks and clearing tumbleweed. Leo told Frank one evening, "Funny thing is, I used to oversee buildings 30 stories tall. Now I haul dirt and no one remembers I ever did more." Frank nodded. "But the dirt's still being hauled," he said. "Maybe that's the point." In those days, dignity was not tied to outcome. It was tied to effort, to swing a pickaxe, to lift stone, to measure land that would never be flooded. That was enough for the moment. Still, rumors swirled. Funding would dry up again. Officials were re-evaluating. The war in Europe was drawing attention. America's focus was shifting, and within a month, the work stopped. The site remained half cleared. A dirt road cut into the hillside, never connected to anything. A trench filled with stagnant rainwater. A single wooden sign, now faded. WPA project under development, employment for progress. Frank and the others received their last checks and dispersed, some to Colorado, some to Oklahoma, some to nowhere in particular. No ribbon was cut, no speech was given, no photos were taken. But in towns nearby, people remembered the weeks the
men had come, the brief heartbeat of motion, the sound of work, the meals cooked for laborers.
The conversations exchanged in broken Spanish and English across fence lines. Something had passed through the valley. Not a dam, but the echo of men trying not to disappear. Back in his rented room, Frank stared at the empty pages of his notebook. Then slowly he wrote, "We built a foundation for something that never arrived, but it steadied us while we waited." That was the paradox of the public works era. It built trails through forests, amphitheaters from stone, murals in post offices, and yet also left behind hollow structures, the footprints of labor disconnected from legacy. Still, it gave men rhythm, a reason to rise, a shovel to hold, a place to sweat. And for many that was enough. So the question buried beneath every unfinished project was not, what was this supposed to become, but rather, what did the building of nothing restore inside the men who built it anyway? This invisible architecture of effort. By 1939, the country had begun to stir again. Factories flickered back to life. Roads buzzed with the occasional truck. War loomed in Europe, and with it, a new kind of demand: machines, materials, men. But for thousands who had swung shovels and shaped stone under the WPA, the memory of unfinished work remained. Frank Delaney had kept moving. From Arizona to New Mexico to Nebraska, he followed the promise of projects. In some towns, he cleared land for libraries that were never funded. In others, he laid the foundation for schools that never taught a single child. Still, he kept his pencil behind his ear and his notebook close. In its pages were drawings of ditches that went nowhere, walls without roofs, arches never assembled, each sketch labeled, each dated, each one a monument to work without outcome. But Frank didn't see it that way. One evening, as he rested near a WPA-built roadside shelter in Kansas, half-used, partly boarded, he met a younger worker named
Mitchell. Mitchell had just turned 19. He was angry. Angry that he'd spent weeks hauling bricks for a public restroom that was now being abandoned mid-construction. "What's the point?" Mitchell muttered. "We build things just to walk away from them."
Frank looked at the structure, its incomplete walls catching the wind, its doorway facing the setting sun. He said quietly, "The point isn't always the building. Sometimes it's the builder." Mitchell scoffed. "So we're building for no one?" "No," Frank replied. "You're building for Gisela."
Only one you'll never meet. Maybe for a tired traveller. Maybe for the man you'll become, who remembers he could still lift, still show up, still matter. Mitchell didn't respond, but he sat a while longer, because even in ruins there was
something solemn in those WPA projects, a silent testimony that someone had tried, that during a time when the country nearly fell apart, hands kept moving, tools stayed warm, and sometimes effort itself was the legacy. By the early 1940s, many WPA records were archived. Some of the failed projects were erased from maps. Others were built later under different administrations, with no mention of the men who had first stood on those sites. Frank never saw his bridges finished, never saw the irrigation canals flood. But he kept his notebook, and when he eventually returned to Pittsburgh, years older, beard grayer, hands stiffer, he placed the notebook on a shelf beside the only two things he had brought with him across: the Southwest, his father's cap, and a photo of the first blueprint he'd ever drawn. Years later, when his grandson asked him, "Grandpa, did you ever build anything?" Frank smiled. "Not exactly," he said. "But I helped hold up a country when it was about to fall." And that's the quiet truth of the public works men who built nothing. They didn't always lay stone that stayed. They didn't always raise structures that lasted. But in the act of showing up, day after day, shovel in hand, they built dignity, routine, and something close to hope. So the next time you pass an empty lot, a crumbling stone wall beside an unused road, pause. It may be nothing now, but once it was a heartbeat, the trace of men who labored in obscurity, asking no reward but the right to be needed. And that leaves us with one final question. Isn't there a kind of grace in work done without glory, if it gave a man his name back even for just a day?